Okay, we're live. Oh wait, well, I'm gonna go watch some, It's a Shoko Master. Right here. Final stage. Utopia Shelter. The life system is in place in this area. Oh geez, the path ahead is a long one. Saving will be possible to your journeys complete. This area will test all of your skills. Be ready before entering. Okay. That looks like a nightmare already. Let's do this? Okay. Let's see how it goes. This guy again, huh? Oh yeah, 12 lives. Oh, what? What was that attack? That attack was insane. Whoa. This boss is not joking around. I will carry Gruffit up onto the street. You got this. Uh-oh. That attack comes out really fast. I'm assuming we're not done yet. Are we? No way, that was it. Is that it? No way, right? Oh, there's still a level to deal with, okay. So that was the intro of the stage. Got it. Alright. Checkpoint. Ow. Not good. Uh-oh. He goes through. Nice. Checkpoint. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Come on, you got this. Oh my goodness, what is this? Ouch. Oh gosh, there's a long way to go still. Oh my. That was so close. No! Almost had it too. Yeah, take the grind rails this time. So many checkpoints. Hello, the Dark Knight EPP. Welcome to the stream. Currently watching against the Chuckle Master, beating Spark the Electric Jester 3 on stream. Come on, he's at the final level. You got this. What? Oh, okay, that's an enemy spawn trigger. Okay. Up. What was that? Alright. Come on. I can't even see anything. Okay. There's projectiles everywhere. What? How are you supposed to dodge this? Okay. Oh goodness, this map is insane. Let's run! Oh, hyper cooler. I can't actually tell. No! Why'd you fall off? No, that's terrible. That's actually terrible. You itchy? Gosh dang it. Did great so until that, so I'm proud. Yeah. Come on, you got this. You still have 11 lives left. Where is a human self-determination? Did I put the stream on normal latency again? Hold on. I actually forgot. I did! I'm so stupid. Gosh dang it, I forgot I put that on normal latency. Whatever. Hello, Ralsei, Dusttale 0. Welcome to the stream. Okay. Oh gosh. What? What are you doing? Oh, there we go. Oh my goodness, this level is so long. It really is meant to test all your skills. As it said earlier. Ah. Oh jeez. Ouch! Directly into laser. No! No! Dang it. That's left! Oh my gosh. There we go. Gosh, I could barely see the lasers. Okay, turn. Like that, yep. What? What? Oh, okay. I was about to say, that was impossible. Whoa, what? Okay, this looks epic, I won't lie. Oh, jeez. Surely there's not much left, right? Oh. Guess what? What? Sensei Ralsei. Also, welcome to the stream. Currently watching It's the Shuckle Master live. I got a gift for you. Thank you. I wonder what it is. Oh my gosh. Yeah, there's no jumping over that one. Ooh! Okay. Oh my gosh. Don't fall off now. Oh, geez, we're back here. Okay. What even is this place? Okay, we're back here again. This freaking feels like one of those levels in Sonic Colors DS. Not Sonic Colors, sorry. Sonic Adventure 2, I think. This place looks like violence from Ultra Kill. Oh, I didn't know that. Interesting. I've never seen Ultra Kill, so. More enemies. More enemies. Uh-oh. That was way too close. That's tight. More pipe segments. And there's holes as well. Oh, jeez. This stage has been going on for 13 minutes. Just don't fall off. Right. Let's start jumping. No! No! Gosh dang it. That's so bad. Okay. I hope not too much time was lost. Okay, though, we just gotta do that section again. You got this, I promise. So some corners can be very punishing. That was also very close. Alright. Go left. Right before checkpoint 2, wow. This music is a banger, by the way. And we're back at this section of the pillars. Stay alive, yeah. You're becoming so wise, my student. Oh, Ralsei, they'll turn 0. They are. I just realized the stage is kind of fading. Okay. More grind rails. Left. Left. No. Oh, oh. Come on. I literally couldn't. I didn't even see anything. How are you supposed to do this section at high speed? Come on, you got this, Associate Master. Just don't go too fast. Don't go too fast. Right, right, right again. Right, right. Left, yeah. Oh gosh. Okay. Saved. Left. Oh no. Oh my goodness, Spark, what are you doing? It's still going? Oh my gosh. This is definitely the longest stage by far. I mean, this far. What is happening with the walls? Okay. I don't know why the game's suddenly doing that. Is that normal? That couldn't be good. Go right. Or pass through that, okay. Just don't get hit, alright? Oh my goodness, this is such a long fall. Surely this is the end now. Surely. This isn't even the end. What? This stage is so long. Jesus, just yell, sorry. Oh, Jesus, it's starting to become like that one stage in whatever game. Where are we? Yep, there's more. apparently. There's some sort of alternate dimension, I suppose? Okay, this is a lot of empty space. Does it just go on forever? I forgotten man. Oh gosh. Okay, there it is. Okay, surely that's it, right? Boss time? Boss time. Whatever plans are. Oh my gosh. Okay, banger music, but like, what is this stage? 20 minutes? Not that bad. Alright, final boss. You got this. I want to have a little break. Be right back in a minute. Oh, okay. Fair. That's the second time I've yawned already. Come on now. Let me see how my stream is doing. Is it lagging? Oh geez, it's kind of lagging. Sort of. So he's taking a break. Jeez, that's loud. Sorry about that. Choice and part of the move underslept the buttons. Is this song striking the demon down? Because I'm not even sure. If so, it's a completely different version. Okay, that's the third time I've yawned at it. Come on. Why am I yawning so much? How long has been streamed, by the way? It's been like 5 hours, right? 4 hours. Also, I got a really high comment from Sensei Ralsei, and I think I'm from the bottom of her heart. No, of my heart. I know you didn't see it, but I'm standing by. Stand by. Okay, I don't know how he dodged that attack. That looks impossible. It's easy actually? Oh, okay. You're standing by. Also 1 HP. I mean 1 C. Let's get to the one in area 5. Oh. Dude, why? Why? This is the 4th time I've yawned. On stream. This doesn't even look at that every day. It really doesn't. We're gonna have to play this game one more. But honestly, this boss looks impossible. I will continue to stand by, fair enough. This. Because the blood usually goes down here. What? Oh, Papyrus is sparing you. Yeah, right. Oh, right, this second phase is so ridiculous. He's gonna die in like 5 seconds. Look at the damage. Just look. We're playing around. That's the first attack? You're back? Okay, that's ridiculous. What the flip? Let's go? Okay. Underswap? Yeah, that was underswap. So this is the final boss, huh? Line work beast. I've seen it at least 10 fan units that are almost impossible. Oh yeah, I've seen at least. Yeah. Fair enough. Oh, you have infinite lives now. Cool. I just realized. Whoa, that's a cool attack. Okay. Second phase. He also has the Devil's Knife. Third phase? Oh, okay. Linework Spark. It's a clone. This guy's taking no damage. That was not... Okay, he's got this. He got this. Sorry. past it now. Goodbye in the line of work, Spark. I think that's it, right? Flat screen. Yeah! You did it! Oh, never mind. We're not done. Claret Central? I don't even know what that is. So that's the true final boss, huh? Okay, doesn't seem to be too much trouble. It reminds me of Lavos from Chrono Trigger, I won't lie. Oh, hello Chris. Welcome to the stream. Yes! Is that it? Like, for real? Is that actually it? GG's? Yay! Good job. Wait, we're not done? Area X. FM City. There's one more? There are more levels, but that's the post game. Oh. Well, congratulations to you. That happened? What? Oh, okay. No, much better than this, it's fine. What was that mean? I don't know. That's it for now, alright. Best test stream. You should rename it. We'll buy this game? I'm not sure. Never have I seen a better test stream than this. Well, thanks, no problem. I don't know, 10 maybe? This is actually area 8. Anyway, I'm tired, so... Is he not? Are you not gonna join for Dusttale? Have to cut this short. Short. Is that why you were saying dust so much? I'll probably do another stream beating all the levels. Okay. And the secret boss. There's a secret boss! Cool. What game is this? Spark the Electric Jester 3 on Nintendo Switch. That's it, folks. That's it for this stream. Good job, though. Honestly, this game is awesome. I have to admit. And the stream ended, I think. Let me just go check right now, just in case. Yep, no longer live. No longer live. 4 hours, 17 minutes, and 9 seconds. Hello, Ralsei's very fluffy. You arrived at literally the very end of Instant Shogun Master's stream. Oh, that was very, very fun. Thank you. Thank you so much. I also forgot to remove my settings. So oops. Hold on, let me change that. Okay. Oh lol, yeah. Whoop. I'm gonna leave that for now. Alright. Let's actually go play the game that I wanted to play. I just hope it's the Shogun Master can join. Okay, so what I wanted to play was this. Be right back a couple seconds. I've already been streaming for like 40 minutes. That's insane. Okay, can I do this? Let's see if this is... Yeah, this is way better. Also that's very loud for me. I'm gonna turn that down. Dusttale. Hello. Did really? Oh, there we go. Delete that. Thanks a lot, no problem. It really was banging. Okay, so every time I click out of the game window, it just freezes. So I'm not gonna be able to click off the game window. That's one thing you're gonna have to consider. Alright, I did test the game just to make sure everything was working, and it was. So let's just reset. Are you sure? Yes. Bam! You immediately start the game by killing sounds. So, guess that's it, huh? Just don't say I didn't warn you. Yep, he did. Well, I'm going to Grillby's. Take that, Seth. Yep, after all that no heal, you deserved it. Papyrus, do you want anything? Your brother's harder than you anyways. That's actually kind of true. Weirdly enough. Level 20. Oh, yep. 327 routes have passed. That's a lot of resets. Honestly, I would have given up at that point. Kara grows ever stronger with each new route. For real, he kicked his ass. I didn't even do anything. Oh wait, that is actually a swear. It's fine, I allow it. You could say his brother's stronger than you. I'm gonna have to listen to that song one day, by the way. With Kara's great power, the human no longer controls their own body, which is a bit stupid, but okay. I got my head hurts though. I'm sorry to hear that. If you need to take a break, okay? Like, I know you've played for like 4 hours, but still. I know you played for 4 hours or so, like, it's completely normal. Take a break if you need to. Kara has established a never-ending loop. Yeah, right. Hello, Dark Soul, it's my city. Welcome to the stream. Suddenly, Sans remembers. Just like that? No doctor, no nothing? Bit suspicious, if you ask me. I'm watching on my bed. I do that sometimes. My back hurts. I can understand. He remembers. Fun fact, Kara is short for character. Yep. He remembers every route. The pain. The suffering. Dot, dot, dot. Evil Dusttale comes in a loop of true paths. Okay, I actually like that one. Hello, Ink of the Unholy. Welcome to the stream. Now he's determined to stop it. There we go. Red-eyed Sans. Jeez, who brought Sans.exe here? I'm just kidding. Hello. Instruction, sorry. When HP is 0, you lose. Yep. We know this stuff already. We've played Undertale. And we can read. Okay, that was a bad joke, sorry. I'm watching V's reaction to my stream right now, lol. I hope you have a fun time. So, we're Kara. Kara in red letters. Hey, we're dancing. I have disgust blast. So I can see how laggy my stream actually was. No. That was my stream being laggy. Don't worry. Yours wasn't laggy at all when I was watching it. Trust me. Trust me. 100%. Seriously. So yeah, first looks a little bit different. Dust? So, where's Mom? Oh, there she is. Went to Kara and make me do 270 things. Yeah, it was laggy for me too. That's because of my stream. Greetings, my child. I hope you have not been waiting long. You don't even know me. I was letting somebody in. They needed something. I think this is a different shade of yellow. I didn't look at that. I sure hope they find what they are looking for. Curious though. They seemed awfully familiar. Oh, I haven't even introduced myself. Really? Why should I bother you with this nonsense? Hello, Vessel like Soup. Welcome to the stream. I am Torio, caretaker of the ruins. I pass through this place every day to see if anyone has fallen down. You are the first humans to come here in a long time. I will guide you through the catacombs. This way. Ring, ring. Oh, my cell phone. Made it on time, yep. Please excuse me, my child. Hello? How do you have my... But I need to stay with... What? Well, there's no need to get angry. No, you're right. This is really important. We have to make sure everyone stays safe. I'll be there as soon as possible. Click. I'm sorry. my child. I must leave you. Believe me, I wouldn't leave you if it wasn't important. Please stay right there until they return. A different shade of Undertale yellow. What just happened? My questions. I don't think they're different. No, they're definitely not different. They're definitely the same color. It just looks different with the pink and the eyes. Can I go back? I can. Okay. I don't want to break the game though. Slow down music, my favorite. File saved, HP fully restored. Only the fearless may proceed. Brave ones, foolish ones, both not walk the middle road. Press Z to read signs. I gotta say hello to Block Dude. Welcome to the stream. Stay on the path. No. My channel is almost hitting 150 subs. Oh, good job. Let me actually see that. Sorry. How near are you at? 144. Alright, 145 now. The one without the hat. Which one? There's 3 here, I think. There's too many at this point. I've lost count. It's Freera. Oh my gosh. It's hard to make out the words. The paint has almost faded away. Looks like somebody forgot to repaint when we arrived. Real Heats Flames Man. Do you remember my name? Yes, Heats Flames Man. If it's the Undertale counterpart. If it's the Deltarune counterpart, it's Hot's Moon counterpart, it's Hot's Fire Guy. -2. Also, I somehow pulled the switch as well. I didn't even know you could do that. It's hard to make out the words. Okay. And you can't even say my name? What? Oh. Oh, jeez. You're welcome. Thank you, Kara. I didn't even need a fight. Say my name. The reddest stick man ever. Lips and bumped into you. Take that, 13 damage. AFK? Okay. Wasn't expecting that. The western room is this. Okay. I got this. We ain't bumping into any walls this time. Dang it, I bumped into a wall. Whatever. A chat talks. Music is unsettling. Who did you expect to find? I don't know. I don't even have a cell phone. Oh, the music just looped. Haven't you seen dust before? No, actually. Take a piece of candy? Yes. Strangely, that was the only one left. Only for true monsters like us. Alright, let's go save. Frogget hopped your way. There's so many fan games revolve around stats in the round. I don't know. Good sense, I guess. And even if it isn't, Nest starts killing you at level 1. Yeah. Doesn't make sense. Jeez, this is kind of loud. Let me turn it down a bit. Where are you going? There is still XP to harvest in this room. I like that. I honestly like that. Alright, one hit. You're in 0 XP. Weird. Because it's easy to control C, control V stats. No, it's not. Has a lot of complex logic. Same attack again? No. Just so everyone knows, slow soul mode is not a thing in this game. So holding S doesn't make you go slow. Doesn't make you go slower. So I'm gonna have to try and beat the game without using that. So, you know, that's fun. But I've wanted to play this game for a while. Even if the story's bad, I really like this fan game. Well, it's not really like it's bad, in a way, it's just like, there's so many plot holes, it's ridiculous. But I'd only have more around the dinotorial or Heats Flames Man. Oh no. Guess because I'm a Deltarune streamer, not Undertale yet. I'll do Undertale, don't worry, one day. Just right now, too stuck on Deltarune. Your love increased. Never think if it isn't Stance's Papyrus. True. Welcome back to Block Dude. Luke stands his ground. First he came and now you're here. Why? So where's my pacifist Ralsei game? It doesn't happen. They're not allowed to pick on my friends. I like this guy. He's trying to be a hero amidst all of this situation. In this entire situation. Mike was asking. Fair. Luke stands his ground. He's not running away. It's time for something to be done. I agree. Nice loot. Alright, one more hit. I can see right through you. Okay, let's try not to miss this time. Unlike last time. There we go. 7 XP and 2 gold. Huh? Nobody came. Every fan game forces you to force a child to be a murderer. Also, hear that song? Pretty creepy. I'm gonna just skip it. It honestly creeps me out. Actually, no, in every fan game, you already have committed crimes. Is he gone? Oh. I didn't know you were here too. That's okay though. I'll find a different spot to hide. Well, alright. Spider bake sale. All proceeds go to real spiders. Proceeds! It reads Spider Donut 7G. Steal one. Yes. It's weird you can't do that in the original game. Ralsei. This is Undertale. Well, Dusttale. It reads Spider Cider. 18G. Steal one? Yes. Why is Absolute hiding? Just in case, I guess? I don't know. They're donating to a good cause. They really are. So we skipped, like, the entire ruins. Why are you so fascinated by this? Because it's not normal? Duh. Where's our knife? I don't know. Someone took it, I guess. That we could with Delta Traveler. Ralsei's not even in Delta Traveler, which is stupid, honestly. Well, he is as like a secret, but like not as a playable character. I find kind of dumb, but oh well, it's their choice. Alright, and we've already arrived at Torio's house. I stole it? You stole the knife? I thought you were gonna steal a gun, whatever. You're not going in there. We have a job to do. Yeah, well guess what? I'm going in there. Do you really think somebody will let you in? Yes? There's no point staying here any longer. We're going in, alright? Okay. Doobie. No! Ralsei's not smoking. And would you look at that? This one's a red flower. It's a flower. You're not going in there. It's a flower, okay. Room eternally under renovations. Also, is my cover voice a peak, guys? I'm not sure. No, probably not. Can't interact with this one. Hello. Oh, come on. We both know that's who we really are. I'm making a dub from Chapter 5 family, Dan. Ooh, cool. I'm interested. You guys want to see? I want to see a creepy thing. I've seen someone do this with the mirror. Watch this. That's not how mirrors work. Like, at all. Like, that's that. You're definitely in there, but we can't go in anyways. It's really creepy. I won't lie. I'm pretty bad, but it's worth a shot. Evil Flowey. I promise it won't be bad. Come on. It's a shelf full of books. What's so interesting about this to you? I don't know. 2 videos of that. Cool. It's a flower. Oh, sorry. Forget it. They're too blunt to use. The fire is out. It needs to be kindled. Huh. It was her favorite. Does this have an interaction as well? What about share? No? Fresh from the oven. You took the pie. The whole thing. Taking what's rightfully ours. Dude. Anything can be a weapon. Nah, we gotta stick to the rules here. Makes them more painful when dull. Alright. Anyone who hasn't seen this fan game? Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah, I also saw this, but there's nothing to interact with. Anyone who hasn't played this fan game is going to be pretty shocked at the next scene, so be careful. I am back now. Thank you for waiting. I needed to get that done. So, this killer... Now that the ruins are safe, what is the next step? What's wrong? The killer can't hurt us in here. There is nothing to be afraid of. Why don't we calm our nerves over a freshly baked pie? That I stole. Well, Ouch. You were him, weren't you? Him reference? No way. You told me all those jokes behind the door. I trusted you. You told me this was important. So the only killer I should have been worried about was you. Gosh dang it, Sans. He just stole our XP. Dang it. He took the toy knife. Back where it belongs. Nothing but garbage now. Let's just try a video I will make is about Asgore making the Dark Fan in the flower shop. Ooh, cool. You know what? Drop the stick. We don't need it. We're gonna need all the healing items we can get. Jeez, I've already been streaming for an hour. This is insane. The soul should still be there after Toriel disappeared. What? I don't get it. Oh yeah. Well, since did so much damage, it's, you know, killed the soul with him. I know this game you mean would let you do passive. It actually does, in a way. Don't worry, I'll try to do that as well. A broken camera lies within the bushes. Sans, what have you been doing? Still's kind of dusty. But yeah, there is a pacifist route. In a way. Ralsei does turn 0. That I'll try to do after I finish this one. I'm already too late to make the pacifist route, so yeah. You could really call this a dusty tale. Sans? Sans? Oh, the lamps are broken. Oh, where is that skeleton? Why is it here at this post? Oh, hello. He casually spamming reactions. Hold on, I need to do that too. Just for a little while. You must be new around here. Or... excuse me for asking, but... what kind of monster are you? Not a human. Hello chat says hello. Ralsei says hello to you. You're not saying that. Okay. No matter what you pick, Car just says you're not saying that. Got it. We're just going to get through this nonsense. You're a quiet monster, eh? Well, what a great kind of monster to be. If you'll excuse me now, I must go find my brother. It was so nice to meet you. That vampire's voice was so bad. It's a broken lamp. Dude, I am so far away from the station. I may have done that. I didn't. Nobody came. Already. You know what this box does, silly. I'm gonna store these items. Just in case I need them for later. No fishing pole. Okay, let me see if I've got any notifications. 1. Okay, it was nothing anyways. This song is unsettling. Can monsters even absorb XP? I actually don't know. Okay, continuing. Don't let him get away. Really, Kara? Alright. Sure. By the way, just so you know, we're level 2. Someone's been killing monsters around here. Finally caught up with him. Damage defense. Not ready yet. Not ready yet, huh? I think they're just under max XP or something. Miss. You can't be here yet. I'm not ready. I'm not. I don't have enough. Ouch. Okay, epic song, but still, that really did a lot of damage. Okay, yes. He's only 1 HP? No. It's the Sans guy. Again. That was close. I don't think that's 1 HP. Well, you'd be correct, because it is not 1 HP. Also, I forgot to unpin my message. Oops. Finally caught up with him. I have 3 HP? Oh, jeez. Welcome back. First try? The lag? No, it's because I clicked off the game. First try, guys. Okay, I'm letting the rest of the song play out. Fat Gaster Blaster, yep. Only shoots once though. Boom, 14 damage. See, that's not 1 HP. You hit me. Sans ran away. Why does Sans say he's hot? It's locked. So we came all this way for nothing. Fantastic. First try, no heal. Wow. Last time it took 2 tries when I was testing. Don't worry, I've gotten into Waterfall for the testing. I didn't play the whole game. A pair of sad eyes look back at you. The background's gone. It's pretty creepy. Good job, thanks. Snowden. The door is locked. The door is locked. The entrance is packed with snow. Don't walk to the other side of town, try the underground tunnels. No time for presents. Fair enough. Right, we can go in here. Sans kill papyrus for XP, we'll see. Nobody expected that of Sans. At first, we all thought he was joking around like he always does. You know what? With the eyes, everyone was scared. I watch your stream in Gmod? How could you do that? Oh, I never would have guessed it. I suppose you're no different than he is. No. I see the same eyes on you. Fair enough. I think Sans can gain XP or he has a max XP. He can definitely gain XP. The check option said he wasn't ready yet. I missed start, so what happened to Sans? Let's just say after 327 routes, he remembered everything somehow and is trying everything to stop it, including killing every single monster. No, no, no. We're going to find that skeleton. Library? Door's locked. Dear Sans, I cannot seem to find you anywhere. If you are reading this, please come find me. Your brother, Papyrus. It's weird it's not the Papyrus font. Dear Sans. Door's locked. It won't work, it's fine. Oh gosh. He's about to steal our XP again. Run forward and kill him. Now. I can't. We're stuck. Honestly, he should have... Okay, this is a plot hole I'm really not understanding. He trapped us, yet he doesn't want to kill us. Why? That doesn't make any sense. He could... That doesn't make any sense. He can literally trapped us, so he could definitely kill us immediately if he wanted to. Yep, he started genocide to stop genocide. Well, guess what? We're determined, so that's not gonna work. Kara's mad. Yep. Sans, how could you? No, the human. They killed you before. So they won't stop. They'll kill you again and again. So I'm here to stop that. Sans, you can't... Sans, wait! There's another way. We could talk to this human. We could try to make peace with them. If we just believe in them enough, I'm sure they will change. This will be better. Better if I spare you from them. Sans. Please. Sans, I understand. If this will make you happy, then I'm ready. Ouch. No. Why? It's all the humans' fault. They drove me to this. It's their fault. You did this yourself, brother. You did this yourself. Sup, hello, Josie. Welcome to the stream. Oh, that's hilarious. Sans remembers or runs and watches and kills us. That's that's exactly that. He literally trapped us and lets us go. For no reason. He's gone. Gosh dang it, he ran away. What a coward. Didn't have the guts to kill us. There will always be plot holes in fiction. This one has so many, it's ridiculous. Or should have used a special attack. It's his brother he was up against. He wouldn't do anything. Hello, hello, Montañez. Welcome to the stream. Papyrus, is that you? Creepy. This is a box. You can put an item in or take an item out. Why would you though? You can't use items while when they're in the box. Sincerely, a box hater. Is there anything down here? Why are you here? I killed you. You're dead, bro. Turn sands blue. That wouldn't do anything. The entrance is blocked by something. Probably bones. Undyne's still here, by the way. Oh. You're not him. I've been doing the same thing as him. My apologies. You're blue now. That's my attack. Yeah. You're blue now. No monster kit to be seen. The roaring night. When 4 bridge seeds align in the water, it will sprout. Puzzle's already done. Wash was stumbled in. All alone. Undyne apologized? Yeah. Pretty insane. I miss my friends. I killed all of them. Well, most of them. Your love increased. We can't interact with this yet. Hello, Sans. If an error is made, the Bell Blossom can call bridge seeds back where they started. The Bell Blossom is skewed. Would you like to set her back in place? Yes. All alone on a late night. Yep. Can I still get the quiche? There's nothing under the bench. Huh? Well, you're welcome to stay. That says managed to kill Cherry. He found a way. Gastro Blaster, maybe. Oh gosh, I remember this. A broken music box lies in the statue. Oh, that was creepy. And we're already done with Waterfall. You've betrayed all of monster kind. You're a disgrace. Papyrus would be ashamed to call you his brother. Shut up and die already. Okay, Sans, you're pretty off character right now. You can't kill me. I like that line. I refuse to die. You're gonna die anyways. She's distracted. Let's kill her now before it's too late. Yes. Allow me? No. Again, Sancho's just stopped us in place. You won. You gained 250 XP. Your love increased to 7. Guys, 7. What? Okay, Papyrus, I know. I know the human got there first. No, I don't know what I'm going to do next. I'll figure it out. Again, doesn't even try to stop us. Too many plot holes. Yeah, Undying the Undying, but she still died. Welcome back, welcome back as the Shuckle Master. So we just finished Waterfall. Let's begin Hotland. I thought the game crashed. Oh, the collision box actually works this time. Cool. We still have the toy knife, by the way. We couldn't get any of the other weapons. Can I not save? Okay, never mind. Can I go back? I can't go back, okay. Hey, typing on horizontal phone. Me too, you're not the only one. The lab. Oh, jeez. I have to go for a tiny bit. I'll be right back, I promise. Let's just go save again. I just need to do one little thing that just crossed my mind. I promise I'll be back very soon. And meanwhile, I'll chat. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Let's continue the game. Can I go up? I can go up immediately. Let's go right. Oh, no, I should go up. Is there something? The elevator door won't open. Okay, never mind, we have to go right. To the lab. She won't be using that again for a while. Somehow it's even messier than before. Where are you, Alphys? Huh? I wonder. It's been locked with a key. Does anyone know what this thing is? Or what this does? I need the key. The cabin is wide open. Behind the poster, you find the key. Take it? Yes. Surprisingly, the cube is uninteresting. Oh, you know what to do. Oh, that's funny. The door opened with the key. Hello, Forgotten Man. Welcome to the stream. Turned off. Hello. Oh, what do I do? I left a spare key upstairs. He's sure to get in soon. I think Alphys, think. Oh, wait. The extractor. We're using normal. It says copyright below the stream. Where? Where do you see that? I can't see it. Where does it say copyright? Am I blind? Hold on. I don't even see it, apart from your message. Yes, I remember my name. I mean, my stream. Your stream? Hold on. Where does it say copyright? Hello, PokeClub. I don't see it. It's definitely not present. I don't know. I have no clue what you're talking about. I'm sorry. Yep, 100 subscribers. Congratulations. I have no clue. Literally, there's nothing here. Oh well. Alright, let's follow her. Eats flames, man. Empty dog food bowl. It's right there below the title. Where? Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Maybe because I stole your footage, you can actually do that and just destroy my stream, I think. I think that's what you can do. Maybe that's why it says copyright on your end. No, you didn't do that. That's me. I think, anyways. I think maybe YouTube alerts you of something like that, and you can choose to just destroy the stream if you want. The terminal displays a message in glowing green letters. evacuate this way. I think, anyways. Oh, get out of our way. It's not taking damage from our weapon. It's your copyright. I'm copywriting. That's what I'm saying. I was copywriting your stream. I'm honestly not gonna do it. Okay, thanks. You could if you want, really. Find the legendary hero. Take it? Yes. RKS exposed for real? Expose copywriting on another streamer. 23-hour video explaining why he did that. I'm obviously kidding, but like. Well, hello, Sans. How did you get in here? Oh, sorry, Sans. I never wanted it to be this way. But you're too determined. We'll do that later. Oh no. Somebody has to stop you. This is going to hurt. Uh-oh. What? What happened? Why didn't that work? Please. Ouch. Thanks for letting me in. Gosh dang it, dude. I knew this was a bad idea. Oh god, it's the same Sans. Like, I'm just fangirl for after all these years. That's not the same Sans. Since it's just AF King at this point. Can I still watch the... Oh yeah, I can. Oh right, there are some differences. Let me see the rest of the rooms. So office is gone. Stop wasting time. We have to focus on getting the next big kill. No. We're watching the tapes. Tape 1. Hey, I'm back. It is good to hear from you again. What do you have for me today? This one's really good. Why didn't the skeleton go to the dance? I do not know. Why didn't the skeleton go to the dance? Because he had no body to dance with. Oh, I get it. Folks, I'll be here all night. Kara, shut up. They won't shut. Sans! If I'm ever going to become part of the Royal Guard, I can't have you slacking off. Why not? Because it makes me look bad. You don't need me to make you look bad. Sans! I'm only joking, bro. Hey, after my shift is done, how about some grill beef? You still haven't tried it. I'm very busy. Come on, one quick bite. Fine, I will eat that grilled beef with you, but only if you work hard at your post. Anything for you, bro. This tape being here makes so much sense, trust. It makes so much sense. Haha, I get it. Trash joke, yep. Hi. Hey there. What's your name? Sans. And yours? Alphys. Cool. What you got there? It's my TV. I'm trying to fix it. You seem pretty good at this. I was wondering why it's so delayed. I'm 2 minutes behind. Oh, yeah. How are you 2 minutes behind? What? Thanks. No problem. So, what's your story, little skeleton? You're so right, reading my bad. Oh, you know, nothing special. No. Everyone's got something special about them. Oh no. Well, what do you like to do? Absolutely nothing. You don't like doing anything? Nope. Lazy as can be. Well, seems we found what's special about you. Now, would you care for a cup of tea? Sure. Nope, that's that. This joke was... No, I did. The skeleton goes to dance. He had nobody to go. He had nobody to dance with. Didn't I go in this room before? Yeah, I did. Not many people are left. Only Marathon's still here, I think. Can we still? No. Sorry. I'm assuming going left does nothing. Hello. Cute. Must be protecting other monsters down here. Let's keep moving. This better chest is on the machine. Take it. I forgot. This was here. You took the better chest. Door's locked. Alright. We're done with this area. Alright. We're done with the lab. And we're basically done with Hotline already, I think. Yep, already. Okay, I like this song now. Oh wait, right, there's Muffet. Here lies Muffet. We missed our chance. Cars, stop being so annoying. They won't be. What a beautiful world. It really is, huh? You find a burnt pan. Take it? Yes. Looks like somebody's going to go hungry. But no, don't use the quality kind. Left behind and forgot. Evacuate. Yeah, this spells out evacuate, by the way. Elevator doesn't work. You rather know in the alleyway. We can't sell anything when we're evacuated, so we're closed. Don't touch our stuff. Sincerely, Bratty and Caddy. However, you do notice junk food is in stock. Steal a piece? Yes. Of course. At least it's something. Also closer to murderous rampage. Plus this elevator doesn't work anyways. So it's double close, I guess. They don't pay me enough to put up these signs. This is also close. Closer to murderous rampage. Do not disturb. Seriously, do not disturb. You will regret it if you disturb. And yes, I rented all these rooms and put up all these signs. Don't judge me. No KFC today? Thank goodness. Whatever that is. gosh, I remember this screen. Remember this? We talked here once in a different age. I rooted for you. I told you that somebody really cared about you. You must really miss those times, huh? I don't. Why would you write that on all of the signs? So weird. Hello, Sant. You regret what you've done. Oh, really? You think you can stop me? You ran away again? What a coward. Seriously. Was on crack? Yeah, he's also a coward. He's not even trying to fight me. He knows I'm too good. After that no-heal Sans fight, I think he's pretty afraid. Alright, to the core. Sans absolutely in character right here, yep. It was not ketchup? I don't get it. Okay, mischaracterization anywhere. Yeah. Oh, right, we can immediately go here if we wanted to. I've never actually seen anyone explore the entire place, so let me do that. Check the elevator. Oh, okay. I guess we have to go. It's our lucky day. This elevator works. Can I explore the rest? The core is deactivated. He's distracted killing other monsters. Let's kill Metaton before it's too late. Can't explore the core. Oh my. Why haven't you evacuated yet? All of this should have informed everyone. Hold everything. You're a human, aren't you? What a time for you to show up. A monster of our own has gone on a killing spree. So, run while you still can, human. I'll deal with you later. Oh, I see. Well, that's not quite what I expected. Can't wait for a good showdown, huh? Well then, the battle between two monsters must be delayed. Now playing a, battle. Well, we'll work on the title. It's showtime! It's gonna be a good show. This is the one thing this is one of the things I like about this fan game, is that you actually get to fight this guy fully. I really like that. We only just met him, now we're fighting to the death. It's a shame, really. Oops. Smooth taste of Neo. I don't hate humanity itself, far from it. I just need your soul. Can't destroy the robot. Once this situation in the underground is cleared up, I'll break the barrier. millions of humans will know the name Mettaton. If you say so. Uh-oh. Well, that sucks. Beat you to it. No! Don't you dare run away. Gosh dang it, he ran away. You lost! You're at 0 XP and 0 gold. Yay! All that for nothing. Bruh, yeah. Literally killed a monster just to run away. What a coward. Unless he's trying to max XP grind. Screw Sands. Fair enough. Game's loading. Alright. Last area of the game. Wow guys, perfect speed run. Only an hour and 5 minutes. Okay. This is open from the get-go. There isn't any more XP this way. It's time for the final showdown. Alright. We're not even gonna get our items. There still isn't XP this way. Wow, we arrived here fast. Okay, so we need the best items possible. This heals 10. This also heals 10. So we need 3 of these. And then the pie, and we're good. Let's actually... this is gonna be annoying to sort through. I'm gonna go eat nasty in a while. See ya. Okay, I don't need these 3. I can just eat those. So, junk food, spider cider, just 3 snow pieces, this, and this. And then we're good. Alright, let's do this. But these are really good HP, I think. Oh, it's snow piece is 85. Oops. Hold on, gotta reorder. There we go. Look, I'll strike back? No, not yet. Alright, I hope this doesn't get copyrighted. That'd be annoying. This is an awesome song. Oh, here we are again. Good to be back, isn't it? Yes. But this time's different. Now I'm equally as determined as you are. And so once you give up, I'll become the most determined thing in this world. I'll take your soul for a change. I'll reset. You'll never come back to this world again. We're gonna have a bad time. This isn't Miguel Strike Back. This is better than Miguel Strike Back. The moon shines through the corridor. Now he's ready. And we are as well. Keep me on the warpath. I'm stronger than even you now. Stronger than you. Business. The fight, good against evil. Good against evil, huh? Jeez. That's a lot of damage. Full heal. Yep. Forgot how to dodge. I don't even have to switch sides, I'm stupid. I fought for so long, who knows what it'll be like to win. It's funny, I had to give up everything for you, my friends, my blood, my life, all just for you now. Perfect time to heal. Damage. And then it's just a minor setback. I'm so stuck. Stay in the box, huh? Alright. I'm dead. That's basically a one-shot, okay. Get moving. That's my first game over. Happiness pellet, friendliness pellets. Flowey's dead. As as well, by the way. Okay, so that's it. That's basically a one-shot. Welcome back. Yep. That's karma? No. There's not even any AR in this fight. These attacks stings. Up. Oops. Okay, to be fair, that was a bad hitbox. That wasn't a good hitbox, to be fair. Forgivable. I'm messing up badly. Come on. Whatever. Not enough shield to save it. Come on, this guy's not even hard. I'm literally dying to the first two attacks. This isn't good. But it's fine, we have infinite lives. Welcome back. Welcome back yourself, 11 damage. I'm not moving far enough. That's the problem. Okay, stay in the pattern. There we go. That's how you dodge it. What am I doing? Oh my gosh, that was such a throw. I've returned. Welcome back. Yeah, you spammed him. You also heard Task Manager. You know she had to be taken care of. Welcome back. Yep, exactly. You forgot a dot though. Whatever. Okay, now I'm moving far enough. There we go. Hot. Battery box. Like, come on, I gotta get through this attack. Sorry. This isn't even a difficult attack. I'm so screwed. Okay. You know it's fun. Just don't throw in this attack. Please. Thank you. Use this. It's not full heal, which is normal. Alright, so we're back to this attack. This attack was brutal. I can't blink. If I do that, I'm dead. I went too early. Gosh dang it, dude. Oh, and there's no checkpoints, by the way. It'd be too easy to work. Okay, come on. I can't be stuck on this fight for another hour. That would ruin my reputation. Welcome back. Guess I'm doing maximum damage. Dang it! Whatever. You'll win? Yes, I will. Don't worry. I'm just throwing for no reason. I wasn't sure. Gosh dang it. Why is this the hardest attack? It's literally it's supposed to be the easiest. This is normally the easiest attack in the freaking fight. Why am I having so much trouble with it? I'm not in a good spot, I think. That's probably why. Let's try this again. Broke hook, I got this. Glad the stream isn't dead, even though this song's been playing for who knows how long. Alright. You have to believe. I got this. Thank you. Okay, the one with the box now. There we go. Boom. Awesome music timing. I used to wonder what gets you killed. What gets you saved? It's the power, isn't No! Why does that deal so much damage? Okay. That's bad. That did half my health? Are you serious? Okay. Oh yeah, because I got hit twice. That's why, yeah. I got one shot. Stay determined, I got this, don't worry. I'll remember to go right this time. Why isn't Sans evading your attacks? Because he thinks he's stronger. There we go. Guess what? He's not. I got this. I can stop growing. Whatever. Yeah, he forgot how to dodge. No! I went too slow. I was at 1 HP anyways. Honestly. Didn't even matter if I got hit or not. I would have died to the next attack anyway. Oh well, not the next attack, the box attack anyways. This is why I kept all of my healing items. All the ones I could use anyways. Alright, don't throw this time. You stupid. Caster power part? Yeah, I need to do that. Can I remember to heal? No, I don't need to heal. Because healing will just waste a turn. In this fight, healing is basically never a good idea. You want to take as minimum amount of damage as possible. Like that. Gotta go? Okay, see you. That means got to go. No, it means got to go. Best attack to heal right here. To which I'll use this. Alright. Okay. Don't throw this time, please. Dang it. Ooh. Yeah, I'm definitely healing. Oh, come on. We're gonna die again. Come on. No. What the flip? Okay. I don't know if I actually have to be moving either. I don't think moving against the wall will work. I think it's using the actual Undertale physics. So I don't think moving to the left would work. Or down, or anything like that. Let's try that again. How? Because I'm bad. Whatever. What terrible hitboxes. I got this. Don't worry. So yeah, you're allowed 4 hits in this fight. No, 3 hits, sorry. Max. Take a 4th one. You gone. I think really the only unfair part is you don't have much HP. That's why I think it's a bit annoying, but we can't do much about that. And these are the best healing items I can get. One hit. It's fine. I'm fine with it. Alright. Not sure fast enough. There we go. It won't get much better than this. Okay. Yes, that's it. The power to be in control of the world. It's a great feel. Oh gosh. That was so bad. I forgot this was an attack. I'm healing. After this. No! Gosh dang. No! What? Oh my gosh, I'm so stupid. Well, we gotta get back there. It's fine, I already wasted way too many items. What is that attack? It's a dumb attack. But it's honestly the easiest. Even easier than the flowery one. It's just like, fail miserably. Come on. Oh, come on. Whatever. What? Really? Wow, that's dumb. Too slow. Okay. Oh, come on. Get up already. I'm trying, Kara. This boss isn't easy. Sorry about that. Oh yeah, that's 3 HP bars, by the way. We're not even 1/3 through the fight. We're good. Okay, that's what I have to do from now on. Hello, Goobert3. Hello, Goobert321. It's okay, our case takes priority over very goods. What? 3 2 thought that were 2 bars? No, that's 3 bars. We have a yellow, we have a purple bar, a yellow bar, and then a green bar. So once we've dealt with that purple bar, we have the yellow one, and then the green one. It's still a while before we actually defeat this guy. In fact, we're not even a third of the way through, we're less than that. Because the yellow and green health bars are even bigger. Okay, it doesn't matter if I heal here either way, because I'll just die if I do. That was so close. Alright, I got this. I need to remember that the yellow soul actually has the jumping physics of the blue soul, which is stupid. Or not, but it did earlier. Okay, whatever. What am I doing? I gotta heal again. Okay, I moved. What? I 100% moved there. Okay, so it's only the second time that you... Okay, that's so weird. Let's try it again. Whatever. Gosh dang. Whatever. 22 HP is enough. I need to continue fighting. See, this is such an easy attack, yet I threw. I should have used that attack to heal. Yellow bar is dealt with. I mean, purple. Remember when the birds were singing and the flowers were blooming? Heaven knows what happened to that. Oh gosh, I remember this stupid attack. I can't heal here, otherwise I'm gonna die. Alright, this freaking... Ultra Sands! Just give up on it. We both know this will end. Sure. Want me to give up? I'm not giving up. Ha! You thought I was gonna say I'll give up? Cowards. I got this. Oh, still no checkpoint, by the way. It's fine, I was doing bad on that run. Let's try that again. Besides, this music is awesome. Don't you want to listen to it more? It didn't save? No, of course it didn't. This is a Sans fight we're talking about. It didn't save in the original game, so why would it save here? Guys, I promise I got this. This is easier than Marvel. Way, way easier. So tough. Thanks. Don't worry, I got this. I don't even care if I die on the next attack. Oh, yeah, actually, the next attack's really awesome. Because I can heal. Let me off, chat, because I'm gonna be messing with hot glue. You better not burn your fingers, or I'm taking it away. You got this? Thanks. If I see one burn, I'm taking it away. Gotta go to the toilet. See you. Nine damage, oops. I moved. I literally moved. What are you talking about? I 100% moved. That was bullcrap. Try again. There we go. No, that last one was bullcrap. I can make it, yes, don't worry. Just gotta knock the row here. Jeez, I'm getting kind of close though. Alright, next attack is the worst one. Oh gosh, alright, it's this freaking attack. Like this, and like that, this, that was really bad. I still gotta attack. Okay. Full concentration here. Good luck, thanks. Yes, this determination grows. You call this determination? This is not. You know, I tried to take the 6 year souls. I thought it could be useful, but the little monster wouldn't let me have him. He died protecting me. It's a shame, really. This all would have ended much faster. Bullcrap. Nice song. Oh, nice sound effects. Nice song. Ow. Stop talking. No being said. Okay. We're good. You do look pretty tired. I could fight all day, but... Well, let's just take a little break. Plot hole. Use this time wisely. Yes, I am going to use this item. Because the next attack is very difficult. Alright. Beginning phase 3. I have returned. Welcome back. You know, they just got done taking a break, bro. I was kinda looking forward to killing them myself. Alright, alright. You can have a turn, Papyrus. Let's do this. Wait, I can mostly stay in one position? Okay, cool. Phantom Papyrus. Papyrus back from the dead. Is this real? Yep, he's back from the dead, alright. That's not the same pattern as before, is it? If so, bad. I have 4 items. Each attack. Miss. Now you heal. Alright. This next attack is very likely the most difficult one. Let's see if I can do it first try. Wait, was it not this one? Never mind, it's the other one. I remember. Alright, bro. It's my turn now. Oh yeah, I have a shield. Okay, never mind. This is easy with a shield. I can feel your determination sleeping. Soon you will die once and for all, and my world will finally be restored. You hear that, Papyrus? It's almost over. Alright. Skeleton himself. So remember how we still have half of a yellow health bar and the entire green bar of HP to deal with? Yeah, no. They just kill him instantly. That's it, really. Okay, so why did they do that? I have no clue. They should have just extended the fight, but oh well. We did it! Okay, that's too funny. You just won. Yeah, you literally lost on purpose, you idiot. Even after I murdered so many monsters, I completely underestimated you. Yep, GG's. I guess that's it, man. Good job. Good job on what? Killing you? But do you know what's the funniest part? You fool. I'll remember this when you reset. That's right. I'll use what I've learned this time and stop you the next. Maybe I'll even get to kill Undine. See you later, you murderer you. I could say something about you, bud. What's that face for? What? What did you do to my memories? Why can't I remember what happened to Toriel or what happened in the ruins? I remember the first 327 resets, but not my memories. You're deleting them, aren't you? So apparently we can do that as well. And that means I'm stuck in another loop. I'll keep killing every day, in the same exact way, each reset. I'll never kill Undine and my brother. Yeah, this is honestly a really bad ending. Please just tell me one thing. Is this the first time this has happened? Shut up. You won. You earned 49,700 XP. Your love increased. No point in saving now. You've already made it this far. Alright, that was short. I'm gonna do the other route. Oh, you know what? It's just one click. Let's do it. Good game. Yeah. preserved. So yeah, they really could have done more of the Sans fight, but no. They just kill him off when he has half of his HP left, for no reason. Alright, I can't go back when I do this. Hello. Greetings. Surprised to see me? You really shouldn't be. I'm back, let's go. You beat that bag of... Yeah, I did. We're a team, remember? And as your teammate, I'd like to congratulate you. Together, we've done it. We've conquered this world once again. We've reached the absolute... 327. That's how many routes it took for something to change. No, it's 30. Remember last breath? No? Okay. Guess they forgot about that. For this world to transform. I didn't know what you were doing at first. We had just finished the very first route. Sans had proved a challenge, but we made it through in the end. And then, you sold me your soul to restore your world. I thought that was the end of your killing. But I was wrong. You reset and did it all again. You destroyed the world you just sold your soul to restore. I didn't get it. By the end of the second route, I thought a different route may serve you better. But you continued. Once again, you sold your soul. Near the end of your 9th route, I realized what you were doing. You were seeing if something, anything would change. But it didn't. And then you gave up. Sorry, I didn't know you were streaming. Also, hi. Hello, don't worry, it's fine. You didn't miss much. Besides, we're redoing the game again. You sold 9 souls to me for your little experiment before you stopped. Before you got bored, I soon realized what all those souls were doing for me. The power of 9 souls were turning me into a god. I realized the potential of your souls. I no longer wanted to move on to the next world. I wanted to stay right here, gathering souls. I grew to love this world. When you quit, I began. I took control of your body and kept completing routes. I gained more power than anybody can even imagine. I completed some routes in mere minutes. In others, I even exceeded level 20. I created weapons more powerful than the real knife. The black knife, I'm just kidding. 327. After that many routes, he remembered. Sans. I couldn't believe it. Something actually changed. And then for some reason, my powers became almost nothing. I couldn't do much more than control your body. And that brings us here. This route was frustrating to complete without my godlike powers. But we made it through. I want my powers back. Not only so I can make that skeleton suffer, but because I'm losing my memories too. You see, I know that I will lose the memories of this route after you reset. Like Sans, I can hardly remember what happened in the ruins. It's an unfortunate consequence of this world changing. So I'll need you to remember for me. Keep gathering more souls for me, as you've done. And we will keep destroying this world until it changes again. See you in the next reset, Frisk. The game does not close. We are good. Dusttale by Evan Strablau, based on Dusttale by W. Fox and the Dusttale concept by Ostelfield. Programming Evan Strablau. On the sprites Luke Lemirante. Evan Strablau as well. Sprites resource Toby Fox. Music. Yeah, Reality Check Through the Skull by Diadoka is awesome. And The Murder. Sound effects, fonts, maps. Credits to all these people. Okay, I have to quit the game. I'm gonna relaunch it again to do the second route. Because yes, there is actually a second route you can do. Oh, delete my save file, I think, as well. So this is how it starts again. 9999. Sorry, that was creepy. We're doing the alternate route, everyone. It shouldn't take me that long. It should actually take me less long than the one I just did. Why? Why? This is the 5th time I've yawned this stream. It's too much. Okay, only Z works. So anyone that was late, so I said night. So anyone who was late, this is what happened. Come on, me mashing buttons. Jump scare incoming. I like that though. Alright. Let's do the alternate route. Now I'm going to be skipping most of the dialogue. What's my favorite letter? Can I say R, K, and S? I like that. The C. City. Alright, first off, we ignored this guy. Second, console. Tell Lizzo you're not going to hurt him. Spare. Uh-oh. You earned 0 XP. I allow no mercy. Creepy. Wait, wait, I actually didn't realize. Ralsei, Chris, and Susie. I didn't even realize. Thank you, PokeCloud. I allow no mercy, you say. Well, guess what? I'm not gonna listen to you. Yeah, I literally spared and Kara just took control. Yep, there is a pacifist route. Though it's not exactly a true pacifist. Since Kara is taking control, you get it. We'll just try our best to not stick to the plan. Just gonna take this healing item. Only one left. Doesn't understand what's happening, but it's scared anyway. Can't spare anymore, but we can flee. However, we still have to kill the monsters. Unfortunately. Technically, true pacifist will be not playing at all. You know the fan game where stance is... No. Also, sorry, I'm not pronouncing his name. I don't want to get banned. I don't want to get banned from YouTube by saying his name. At least grinding in this place doesn't take too long. That's the good thing. Yeah. Which guy had that bright idea? I don't know. Not me. Level 2. Yep. And then one more enemy. Oh, new attack. Attack order is different. Said spewing. Okay. This attack again? Weird. Haku's smoking? Go fix that immediately. I also hope you didn't burn yourself. I don't know what he's having. Alright, now we can proceed. I'm still going to take the healing items. I may need them. Actually, I don't remember. I don't think you can, otherwise it ruins the pacifist route. I'm not sure. I'm not gonna steal them. Never mind. Just in case. There's a flower here. It's a golden flower. Take it. I took the golden flower. Okay, so that's the first thing. That's different. So that proves we've... So that's proof that the route worked. How's that not bad? I don't know. Sorry about that, by the way. I don't remember if you have to do something with the flower. I don't think you do. I think it's just there for show. I hope. I honestly don't remember the guy to do it. Sorry, be right back. Oh, whatever. I'm back. Not Mr. H, yeah. Okay, I don't think we have to take the knife. Yeah, we don't. Back on track. Sorry. Yeah. I don't know why I said that. I'm too... I think my brain's still a bit stuck on the Sans fight. We do have to fight this guy again, though. Come on, guys, I promise. No heal first try, again. Saving just in case. That's freaking annoying. My freaking internet crashed. Why did that happen? Okay, not only did that cost me some hits, but also you can even see the first attack. I'm not allowing that. Sorry. We're opening the game again. I'm not allowing that. Loading. Let's try that again. How did I do even worse than last? Whatever. That last attempt doesn't count. didn't see that? Wow, guys, first try. Let's do this. First try, totally. I totally didn't die. Okay, this attack sucks. Sucks bad. Okay, I'm going too fast. That's why. Ah! No, that doesn't make any sense. Whatever. Hitbox isn't anything bad. AI generated, that's right. I don't know why I did that. First try no heals to 3%. You know what? I'm not accepting this. I'm not accepting this, I'm restarting. I'm not even accepting the fact that I took this much damage. Just restart. I'm not wasting this many items. Alright guys, first try, no heal. For the 4th time. This is a very, very real first attempt. Now, jumps early. Can we pretend that was first try, please? Can we just pretend? Be right back, see you. That was first try, right guys? Right? First try! Yep. Thanks. Alright, put the remaining items away until later. I'm gonna keep the golden flower in case it's needed. This way we're gonna finish this round in no time! That's right. Okay, I got some notifications. Yeah. Okay. He's about to steal our XP again. Run. This time, don't move. I think. You dare defy me? I'm back. Welcome back, Shoko Master. Yes, I dare. Okay, so that's another requirement, I believe. How could you? This is the same anyways. Kara. So yeah, you didn't see that final fight at all, unfortunately. But yeah, we're doing the pacifist route. The semi-pacifist route. He's gone. Probably have a lot of DIH. I don't know what that is. I think this is still the same. Yeah. Sorry. Wait, I hope you have a lot off DIH, sorry. I don't know what DIH means. Don't look it up? Okay, I won't. Oh wait, I can spare! Hold on, I can spare the enemy. No, I can't. Never mind. You know the drill. Harvest all the XP in this room. Alright, alright. Guess we have to do it. Whoa, that was weird. I didn't do that, I think. Look what up, DIH. Apparently, that's not something I should look up. I think. By the way, this was made with Unity. Alright, get me out of this room. You've betrayed all of monsterkind. Blah blah blah. We get it. No. Alright then. I'll do it myself. Yay! We can stop the death of Undyne. Whatever. But that is another requirement. I think. Nope, it's back to Hotland. Is it better I dropped hot glue on my arm and now I ripped the layer of skin off? That should do it. Alright, so another requirement is to not open... I honestly don't know if this is a requirement, but I don't think you have to open the true lab. I think you need to show it closed. No, closed. It's not a big spot? Yeah, right. It's still something bad. I'm really worried right now, seriously. Here lies my fate, but it's missing something. Oh, yeah. Place the golden flower. That's what we needed it for. Place the golden flower. Rest in peace. So that's probably another requirement. I'll post a photo. I am not showing that then. For obvious reasons. I should... No, never mind. I think I still need to trigger this cutscene. I'm not sure, but maybe. Me mashing buttons furiously to skip the dialogue. It still looks bad, I'm sorry. It still doesn't look okay, seriously. I just saw it, but really. No, really, it doesn't look fine. Even if it's not that big, but still, seriously. Alright. Go to hospital, yes. This fight, I think I can do it normally, but I'm not sure. I'll just do as little damage as possible. Can't flee the fight either. Okay, final attack. I don't even have to move. Hospital's 20 minutes away. You should go there, really. I really don't want it to, like, infect or something. Beat you to it. I'm fine with it, Sans. Like, really, I don't want this to, like, infect and, like, do some bad things. I really wouldn't know what to do without you, seriously. Alright. Let's hope I did everything right. Hope to hog glue suited to your skin and you need to use a decent for it. Oh crap. That's not something I thought of. That's actually really bad if that happens. True. No, really, you should go. Alright, we're back to this fight again. Here we are again. Just go already, yeah. I just don't care about the stream, don't care about anything, seriously, just go. That's priority number one. Yes, we will. We will wait for you. As long as you need, okay? Okay, so if I did everything right... Yep, act button is multicolored. Stand. Stand in place. Guys, it's 20 minutes away. Oh, no, I can't go. Okay. Don't do anything stupid again, though. Please. Because I'm halfway across the world, so I can't help you even if I wanted to. Wait. Oh, yeah, don't do that. I don't even care that I'm dead. I wasn't concentrating anyways. I told you to be careful with it. I told you to be careful with it. But no. I haven't fallen as far. I don't know if obviously didn't have no evidence. Oh. That's really annoying. That didn't even hit me. Like, what? We're gonna heal here. Okay, I'll be back in a while. Yeah. Just come back when you feel like it, alright? No, I mean, not when you get better, alright? I wouldn't want you to get worse. Thank you. What are you doing? Why haven't you attacked me yet? Frisk, you can't stop me. One way or another, he will die. So if you won't do it, I will. Ouch! That hurt. There's two of them. Is this what mercy feels like? Everyone, I have arrived on the stream. Welcome. And at last the battle begins, huh? Well, let's hope. Hello. It's just me, Frisk. Yeah, it's just you, freaky. Whatever, attack. What is your plan, Frisk? Now we have to make. Jeez. Oh, yeah, internet crashed again. Let's try not to die. Our friendship literally cloning us. Sorry about that, guys. There we go. Yeah. Let's try that again. If you kill me, we'll both die. And then we'll both come back. I actually really like this battle. It's all the weapons that you've used during thus far. I believe. Well, almost all the weapons. Phantom Carfi, when the track never has been used in anything really. Yeah. I have complete control over you. Really? You think you have complete control over me? You're wrong, buddy. There we go, we're done. File accessed. Yeah. What do you plan to do with... There we go, file deleted. File restored. Yeah, sound effect. That's adorable. But you'll never get rid of me, Frisk. You don't have enough determination. Yeah, what about our pal over here? Sans. Hey kid, I know things haven't been great. Yeah, I've caused a lot of pain, and I'll never quite be the same. But you've caused some pain too, kid. Yeah, it all makes sense now. You killed and reset 9 times before your friend here took over. Yeah, it makes 0 sense, I know. I knew something was different after that 9 for reset. I don't know if I forgive you, but at this point I've done the exact same thing as you have. I've killed everyone too. I did what I feel like I had to do, and well, it finally brought me to a point where something changed. But that's not to say I don't feel immensely guilty, because I do. Oh, is Carter just there looking? Because they're dumb. It's all very complex, isn't it? However, now is not the time to dwell on the past. We both know this all won't end until you stop your friend here. And I'm sure you want to go back to the way things were as much as I do. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here right now. The players told me that everyone could be a great person if they tried, and now I believe it. I'm willing to give you a chance to redeem yourself. After all, you've had a lot of time to think about your past actions, so let's become better. And let's start by fixing all this, by combining our power. The virus, I'm coming home. Just try to stop me. Sure. You're done for, pal. There we go. That route was honestly easier than the original route, funnily enough. Oh, Frisk is dead, by the way. As far as I'm aware. The red eyes are gone. Everything's sort of back to normal. See you in the next reset, kid. Yep. Good job, thanks. It honestly wasn't that difficult. Dusttale. The true ending, I think. Was I really late? You arrived, yeah, at the end. I am a drive to Ralsei. I'll disappear as quick as I appeared. I'm sad you can't stay. See you. The end. I have to work. I have work to do myself. Oh. Okay, I see. What do you mean I can't make her kiss, make another mod? I can do that whenever. Hog in front of the night. I already did, but thanks. This goes on forever. I'll just. No. This is the end. There won't be any more pictures. I'm just letting the music play because it's awesome. I also want to see if it loops. That'd be funny. Okay, so I forget what I said earlier. Frisk is alive in the next reset. I am curious. No new live stream, alright. Alright, will the song loop? Yes, okay. Whatever. So I can use Arcade Slick's music. I do, I really do. Okay, so it loops. I just wanted to know. Well, that's all for Dusttale. No, there isn't a third route. So, what do I do now? Is the question. I finished this. Play. Oh my gosh, why did you time him out? Okay, I've had enough of this. Do that one more time and you're no longer a moderator because you're being like, okay, how do I say this? You're annoying people, I'm sure of it. They literally did nothing wrong. Seriously. Don't do that again. Really. No, I'm not playing that. Absolutely not. I don't want to get banned. Like, my gosh, seriously. Last breath, I already did that. I already did Disbelief Papyrus. I don't really want... But they left? No. No. They had no reason to be timed out. I don't really want to do Help from the Void. Okay, I know what to do, but I'll do it next stream. I'll do that next stream. Senses him. Okay, I want to do something for a bit. Did I miss? Let's not talk about it. Okay, so. I'm giving them one last chance. One last chance. If they do it again, well, you know what's going to happen. Last chance. I already gave them a second chance. I'm giving them one tiny last bit amount. Because apparently it's the right thing to do. That's what I've heard. Okay, let's see what I can do. Okay, actually... Oh, my live stream died. Great. Don't you just love when your live stream dies? Okay, there we go. You promise? You better. Okay, let me do something. I should have started at I should have done that at the beginning of the stream because, well, like, there's not as many people. I'll do that next time. I'll do that next time. Okay, what can I do? I'm back. So it was a clinic 5 minutes away from me. They say it's fine because the glue is not toxic, but I ripped through 2 layers of skin. So I shouldn't draw for a couple of days. You know what? Next time you're using hot glue, you're telling me. I don't care. In any way possible. Be it post, comment, anything. Because, like... Jeez. Yep, told you this was important. Told you to be careful, but you didn't. Seriously, I don't want you to have more problems than you already have. Really. So sorry if here. Like, I forgive you for now, just don't do it again, alright? That's all I'm asking. What's the image like? Oh yeah, that's my other stuff. Actually, I can think of one thing, I think. This is probably going to crash the internet a couple of times, and I'm sorry if that happens. But I'm curious. This is still 33k views, huh? I'm never touching hot glue again, my motor skills suck. Thank you. Seriously, I really don't want you to have more problems. Oh, yeah, internet's dying. I think. You may disconnect. Okay, Oh god, okay, this is gonna sound crazy. But I'm gonna do it. Let's see how the the poll goes. Oops. You can argue if you want. I told someone about you and that you have 30 plus mods, and he said, that's not very good. Is it really that bad? You all earned it. It's a patient extended one? No, that's not the most popular video. Not even close. Most popular. You actually don't know. Interesting. There's only one person that knows them. That being Ralsei is very fluffy, strangely enough. Wait, why do you want to be on? Because they feel like that I have too many mods, too many moderators on the channel. But that's not the problem. I feel like you all deserve this title. You've all been so kind. You've all helped me out a lot. Like that is at least one way to thank you. If I don't do that, then really, I wouldn't know what to do. Seriously. And even then, this is not enough, so like... Yeah, that amount of mods is fine. See? What did I tell ya? Also, it's gotta be like 34 or something now. Although we really want to be unmodded, but I feel like I have too much power. You don't have too much power. I have too much power. If everyone is modded, no one can abuse power. Yeah, that is actually a thing, funnily enough. You should only mod people you trust. I trust everyone. Well, except 3... No. 3 or 4? I don't remember. Hold on. I think there's like 3 or 4 people that I don't trust. Let me just check right now. There's 3 people I don't trust right now. Twitch, they're all banned, so... Is it the robotic one? Yes, it is. It's the one with 33,000 views. I'm not even using my power, nor do I even care about it anyway, to be honest. Fair. Alright, I'm gonna let this go for... until 10:05. Oh wait, everyone voted. 7 votes, 100% on yes. Okay. Alright guys, my most popular video. Guess we're gonna watch it. If internet doesn't die, that is. So, just to be clear, this video has 33,773 views. That's a lot of views. The only time you should take away mod is if for breaking the rules or harassing of using power. Yeah, there's only one person who's doing that, but right now I'm giving them one more chance. One last chance. Did promise you wouldn't do it again. True. Alright. Is everyone ready? I'm gonna be reading chat on my phone during this. I don't know if it's gonna be too loud or too quiet. So I hope you're all ready. Sorry, video thing, yeah. Okay, let's see if it's too loud or too quiet. I'm gonna turn the volume up a bit. I don't even know why Classics on Video in the 20s blew up this much. Yeah, alright. This video has it all. Low quality, low sound quality, all that. Bugs. It was the good times. How's the volume in my stream? It was good. Don't worry. So this is me trying time attack mode. In a ROM hack labeled as Robotnik's Revenge. These were the early days, back in 2021. My game's lagging? Ooh, yeah, you're right. Video compression is not taking that well. Hold on. Ooh, that's bad. Okay. I don't think we can do that. Actually, now that I think about it. Yeah, okay. Clearly this is not working. I'm sorry about that. We can't watch it on stream. Because it just lacks too much. Let me send you the link. Let me at least send you the link. That's unfortunate though. Yeah, unfortunate. There we go. There's the link if you want to see it. Okay, so we can't do that.
unfortunately. I guess we'll just have to do audio then. Alright. First off, let's put some nice... patient, but it's been extended. Okay, so when you watch TCRF, you should stream it. You see, that's the problem. If I do stream it, my internet's so bad that the stream will be unwatchable. I can't do it. I can't do that. It's either that or there will only be audio and no video. And even then. So, unfortunately, I don't think I can do it. Actually, I can do it as a premiere. I can do it as a premiere, but I can't do it on stream because otherwise it would just lag like crazy. Which is unfortunate. But I could do it video by video. Well, video by video. The whole thing in one video. You commented? Okay, let me see. Where's the link? Where's the link? This dude literally commented. Yep, internet crashed. Woohoo! Alright, let's just... That's annoying though, really. There has to be something I can put. I would watch the premiere. Okay, cool. French internet. Correctamundo. Okay, let me at least put something on for you guys. Don't want to put that one on. Hold on. Let me put this again because this song is peak. Why did you censor French? Because French is bad. That's why. I can understand. Okay. Now just define what to do. What can I do? You're Spanish? No, they're German, actually. They said it last stream. Even more reason why they hate France. Okay, well, maybe I can show something? I don't know. Let me see if I can show something. That's something else. Okay, I can't play videos, but I can try to... Okay, this is probably going to be very uninteresting for everyone. This is when I went to bed. Kind of like hating on French. No, France. Oh, it's a show. Do you think the first poll was a good one? Well, hello? Why is it opening a new... Hello? Oh, it's opening a new piece. There it is. Simple. Comments are still turned off. Actually, I don't hate on them. Wait, you're Spanish? I thought you said you were... Okay, I don't even know what I'm doing. Hey man, sorry to post. Sorry today was hard for you. Thanks. It's fine. He works for the Koreans, doesn't he? The Koreans, really? This is a language I have actually wanted to learn at one point. Okay, does anyone want to see, well, see documented unused content from Sonic the Hedgehog? one specifically right now. I know many guys would. So it's a joke, I don't actually hate French people. In fact, I admire one of them. I wonder who that is. Choice was take French lesson or refuse the offer. Well, you should refuse. So who wants to see someone use Sonic content? Because I have nothing to do. I doubt anyone wants to be honest. You'll never actually guess where I'm from. I'll never guess. I'm not even gonna try to guess. Did my mic turn off? No way, right? No, it didn't. Okay, we're good. Okay, but let me just open the page then. And see how laggy it'll be. Maybe it looks like the universe Japanese flag. That's the... Okay, let's try not to make a peace stream challenge. Failed! You should do guarded frames for viewers. I don't have it. Okay, let's make a new poll. That's a banger... What? That's a banger idea? You're fun, King Genius. It's not a swear. So therefore I say... 100% of... No way. How? How's that 100% on yes? There's no way. Did I invert the options? No, I didn't. You guys are really all that interested? Northern Hemisphere? I don't know. I'm assuming... I'll just wait a little bit. What's that MFAO mean? Laughing off. I mean, laughing out. Basically. I'm not saying the rest. Wait, no, it is off. It's sorry. Laughing off. If someone does put the full translation in there, censor it, okay? You should all laughing my F word because I don't want to say it. Off, yeah. So everyone wants to learn about a new Sonic the Hedgehog content. Okay. Okay. Hope you won't regret this. Because we're doing the whole main page. Better get ready, folks. Alright. Sonic the Hedgehog is more or less the definitive game of the Genesis in the early 1990s and introduced the world to Sega's new blue mascot. Intending real good. 100 to 0? Yeah, 100 to 0. That's insane. We have this many pages. Which we are not doing right now. Header space. When playing Sonic the Hedgehog on an emulator, you might have noticed the header has a very large space formatted as... So basically this is like the project name of the game. And yeah, it looks like this. This is actually a crude attempt at a line break, which can be seen by setting your hex editor's bytes per row to 16 and looking at this address inside the ROM. So... yeah, and this was never fixed, by the way, until Sonic and Knuckles, I think. There's also a secret level select, one of the most well-known codes in gaming history. Press up, down, left, right at the title screen. Note, if you're playing revision 1 on the Japanese Mega Drive, you have to input the down button 3 times instead of just once. Then hold A and press start. Yeah, Wikipedia, the free encyclopedia. The original release, the level order is different from the order in the normal gameplay. Labyrinth Zone being the second zone, Marble Zone being third, Starlight Zone being fourth, Springer being fifth, Scrapper Zone being sixth. Your voice is hypnotizing. Is that good or bad? If that's bad, I'll stop. Please. Sorry, OBS disconnected. Never mind. I secretly do that to RKS, but no one will know because no one reads chat. I just read it. So it's the shut on this too. I certainly don't know because I just read it. Yeah. Should I continue talking or should I just stop talking? It's good. Yeah, but I don't know about Shuffle Master. But when he first responds to part 2. That's because it cut. My mic wasn't even turned off earlier. What? Hold on. Alright, that should get through. Did I get through, chat? It did. Continue. Okay. I didn't know if that was a good or bad thing, sorry. Proceed. Okay. So... yeah, that was the level where Labyrinth and Starlight earlier than they should be in Marble, Springhead, or later. In the Sonic Jam official guide, programmer Yuji Naka explained that this is because Labyrinth Zone was supposed to be the second level, but was considered too much of a difficulty spike. This original level order actually showcases the levels getting more and more mechanical when feed as Sonic gets closer and closer to Scrap Brain. Yes, that is actually true. While hearing our cases, sexy voice pace. So, original level order, later level order. Debug mode. Again, codes for the debug mode vary based on console or game region. Revision 0 and Revision 1 on international hardware. Another well-known code. While up C, down C, left C, right C is the most common version, the shorter version is C, C, up, down, left, right. The main parameter for the code is pressing C twice before the final input of right. After entering the code, press start while holding A and continue holding A until Sonic appears on the level. The pause options, C below, are enabled even if A hasn't been held, since debug mode is active. From here, you have access to a variety of things. Invincibility, except for pits, infinite time, debug coordinates in place of the score, the sprite counter in place of time, placement mode, press B during gameplay from there. Then from there, press A to move forward by one object, hold A and press C to move backwards, press C to place the object, and pressing B again will just return you to the default mode. Pause options. Press A to go back to the title screen. Pretty useful. Sorry, I had to go for a bit. It's fine. Hold B to enable slow motion. Basically, make the game speed half as much. Or press C to enable frame advance. Advance the game by 1 frame. Revision 1 on the Japanese system. There are separate codes for the pause options and the rest of the debug features. As usual, they are entered on the title screen and can be combined by interpolating a D-pad direction between them. For the pause options, you press C, C, up, down, 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 left, right. And debug mode is the same thing, except you add 2 extra C presses. Press C. Proceed. Okay, that's actually very funny, thank you. And then hold and press start. Once enabled, they behave in the same manner as they do when running on non-Japanese systems. Invisible credits. This is one of the weirdest codes, and it was never used again. Credits that are hidden on the Sonic Team Presents screen and completely unseen in every region outside Japan. The credits were added by Yuji Naka in defiance of Sega, which at the time prohibited developers from crediting themselves by their real names. The game's normal staff role uses aliases instead, as with many Japanese games from the era. That's something I didn't actually know that. If you play the Japanese version and have Japanese Mega Drive or Switch version in Japanese, you can use the code C C C C C C up down 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 left right, which should make a ring noise, a ring sound. Then when the demo starts, hold down plus A plus B plus C. I'm not even joking. To turn the screen's background to white, making the text visible after the Sega splash screen. This code apparently does not work in the Sonic Classics version. Sonic Classics being this game, which is a compilation of Sonic 1, 2, and 3 and Dr. Robotnik's Mean Machine that came out in 1995 and 97. So I just had to tell you. You're really sleepy. You can also activate this code for the international version if running on Japanese hardware. The code becomes C C C C C C up down left right. So basically just 1 down and boost up 3. If you can't do the above codes, use these codes right here. Cheat codes for action replay codes. The credits, which look like this, translate to Program Nakayuji, Plan Izuharu Hirokazu, Design Oshima Naoto, Ishiwata Regina, Kataoka Rieko, Sound Produce Nakamura Masato, Sound Program Kubota Hiroshi and Makino Yukifumi. Unused sprites, basically unused graphics. For Sonic, we have this one. Sonic gulping for air while standing, like being used for the air bubbles found in Labyrinth Zone and Scarping Zone Act 3. This was never used. Ever. What I think is that there were meant to be 2 different sprites for when you collected an air bubble. One has him kind of moving, one of them has him standing still, and I think it would have worked the same as if you stood still, it would use this sprite, and if you moved, it used the other sprite. But they never did that. Seen in earlier development pictures, it would be seen as Sonic's jumping sprite after passing a goal, used in the prototype build. Modified versions of these sprites would end up being used in Sonic Mania, Sonic the Hedgehog Golf. What is that game? Oh yeah, kind of. It's so weird. I didn't know that. And albeit still unused, Sonic the Hedgehog ditch on the ditch, the leapfrog ditch that totally didn't fit. A sliding sprite, similar to those used in Sonic CD, which I honestly don't know where it is used. Also used for sliding a slope, or if it was originally skidding. Modified versions of these sprites will later appear in the official Hedgehog Day Dance Party video, the trailer for Sonic Mania, but not in Sonic Mania itself. So this is still a mystery as to why this is present. Spin dash like sprites. Okay, I have to make a controversy. This is not what these were meant to be used for. This is not meant for a spin dash, but they look similar enough. There's a routine which will change Sonic sprites to one of these, but it's unused. And in fact, it's broken if I remember. However, a similar animation was made for Mighty's Hammer Drop ability in Sonic Mania Plus. Judging by the unused code associated with these sprites, it's possible that they were used to create a squash and stretch effect when Sonic hit a wall. A special interaction for Sonic hitting walls was present in some early prototypes of Sonic 2, but was removed in the final game, for obvious reasons. Shrinking, maybe falling sprites for Sonic? Purpose unknown. We still don't know this day. And there's also a black and white death sprite, whose purpose is also unknown. Possibly would have been used when falling into lava, like a marble zone, or like losing a life to fire in Starlight Zone as well. This is also present, still unused, in Sonic 2, Sonic CD, and similar unused sprites exist in Sonic 3 and Knuckles, and even in Sonic Origins Plus. And it contains an unused similar sprite for Amy Rose. A similar unused sprite for Amy Rose. Like, okay, I have a theory. If this wasn't used for this, for example, I feel like this was used as a basis, and then they make the colors from there. Because I don't know why they remake this sprite constantly, but never use it. I mean, there's one for Sonic. There's not one for Tails, apparently. There's one for Knuckles, and there's now one for Amy. Like, what? There's also Sonic holding his breath alongside 3 unshaded bubbles. Possibly used when the player was close to drowning. Unlike the rest of the sprites, this one is stored in its own art set compressed. The face of the sprite will later be used in Sonic Mania, as Sonic is inhaling an air bubble. So that's all for unused Sonic sprites, for now. Monitors, basically the items. These are visible if you fly over the goal in debug mode or using the level wrapping glitch since the art doesn't get loaded. At the end of the level art routine is an execution, the level art is written over the top of the art for the monitors. They are also all unused in the prototype version. A Robotnik monitor. It has been seen in the Computer Chronicles footage, which was a very early prototype of the game. Later used in the 2013 remake, Sonic 2, Sonic 3 and Knuckles, and Sonic Mania, where it will hurt Sonic, but nope. However, according to Dean Sitton, one of the developers of the game, the robotic monitor was originally just going to be a destructible warning sign with no actual gameplay functionality. So, it doesn't do anything, and it was never meant to do anything at first. It's pretty funny to think about it. An image of Sonic's unused goggles, originally believed to be a power-up, even though it's not. Again, Neeson confirmed that just like the robotic monitor, goggles monitor was also originally just going to be a destructible warning sign with no actual gameplay functionality. These become placeable objects in the 2013 remake's debug mode and are also worn by Sonic during Tails' Mighties and Race Tornado Plane segments in Sonic Mania. We'll get back to the goggles in a long time. A static monitor that's not animated on this page for some reason, used as the default for invalid object IDs, apparently. I think it's meant to be object subtypes, but the website has it wrong for whatever reason. Scrap Ring Zone contains a number of these, apparently a victim of changing object allocations. The subtypes work perfectly if these are changed to solidly objects. Oops! Which emit various glitch tiles when broken. They can be placed in debug mode, but don't do anything when broken. And then a monitor with an S on it. This monitor appears in the prototype 510 of Sonic CD, essentially giving the player speed boost and invisibility. In other games it appears in, including this game's 2013 remake against Super/Hyperforms. And in this game, it does nothing. None of these monitors actually do anything. Zone specific. Let's start with Green Hill Zone. A checkered boulder. Okay, well, technically this is used, but only the first frame is, leaving the 3 other frames unused. Seen in early screenshots of part of the Green Hill Zone boss, and seen in the prototype, yes, there is in the prototype, it would have originally been its own object that can be pushed around and back, and break through the walls as Sonic couldn't roll through tubes. Sonic couldn't, and roll through tubes as Sonic could. In certain places, it served as an obstacle that would change the play. The checker boulder can still be viewed via debug mode, but cannot be placed. Why? Because all of the code was deleted. This was used in the prototype build. It was restored in the 2013 remake, and is also featured in Sonic Mania's debug mode, though unused. Though only in Green Hill's Act. We also go with the Wrecking Ball object below. We'll get to that. These are unused tiles. We'll get to those later. These are also unused tiles. A set of border-like tiles that correspond to a door in the prototype of the game. The swinging platform option of Green Hills and instead carry a wrecking ball when the highest bit of their subtype value is set. The object is fully functional and can even hurt Sonic. It has a weird hitbox, but no. Technically, the swinging platforms of Marble Zone, Starlight Zone, and the swinging spike balls of Spectrum Zone are also capable of doing this, but the Wrecking Ball graphics are not loaded, suggesting this feature was only intended for Green Hill Zone. You can see it by using these codes during debug mode. There's also this 2x2 block that we found in tile graphics, compressed in an Nemesis format. Unknown what these would have been. A version of the rotating spikes. Oh yeah, this is such a weird one. So normally these rotating spikes in Green Hill Zone Act 3 don't have the log present, as those are stage tiles. Well, there's a version with the log intact. Why is this here? I don't know. Maybe these were meant to be like, no, maybe these weren't meant to be stage tiles before. I love how Arcade is specifically talking about Sonic on these content when we were freaking talking about Uncle Jones and Goonie. Well, this page is long, and look at the scroll bar. We're not even halfway done for the main page. For the main page, I tell you. Marble Zone, a horizontally oriented spike chandelier theme. A fully functional but completely unused object is used for these. Can be added using this code with debug mode in Marble Zone. Used in the prototype build, but is unfinished. I added that because it doesn't have sound effects. Alright, yeah, there's this guy. Splats the Bunny, a bad name that seems to have been cut relatively late into development, as both a trading card and the figurine for it were released after the game released. No code for Splats exists in the final game because it was deleted, but it does exist in the prototype where it can be placed in Marble Zone using debug mode, albeit with Marble Zone's palette, which is wrong. It's meant to be Sonic's palette color. It was once meant to appear in Scrap Marine Zone according to concept art and source code remnants showing its VRAM position. Its original ID was 4F, which is 64 plus 15, which is 79. And similar code will be used for the ball Badnik in the Sonic 2 August build. We'll get to that. A functional splash can be placed via debug mode in the game's 2013 remake, but it wouldn't be until 26 years later, in 2017's Sonic Mania, when Splash finally got its chance to be fully utilized, sporting a slightly tweaked design as one of the enemies in Press Garden Zone. It can also be seen broken in the scrap piles in Flying Battery Zone. A slightly different variation is also in the debug mode's object list for Green Hill Zone, much like the 2013 remake, for whatever reason. It also appeared in Sonic Superstars, apparently. I've never seen Sonic Superstars, so I wouldn't know. A chunk of grass which has no known purpose. Early concept art shows a mechanic where grass would be differently colored to show the location of hidden spike traps. It doesn't seem to match with any palette, and no code for it exists in the final game and in the prototype. It's still a mystery as to what this would have been. Marble Zone's background bricks separated from the level tiles. I don't know why this is the case. Spring Art Zone, left over from the prototype, is an unused sign present in Spring Art's tile set. As the sign is also unused in the prototype, it was only seen in concept art. The palette here is from the prototype which made a cycle. Interestingly, it is arranged in a way to work as a sprite, and it says, "Let's go!" Labyrinth Zone, an unused sprite of a robot facing downwards. Purpose unknown. Possibly moving on the tile wall? In fact, the head is misaligned by 2 pixels in the sprite mapping layout, though it looks correct in the digitizer files. Ooh, we'll get to those files later. Starlight Zone, unused lights. They were used in the prototypes. Those are unused stage tiles. Oh yeah, there was also this thing. Unused egg capsule machinery. Unused pieces of the post-boss egg capsule. The code that sets up the main capsule has 2 unused parts. One sets routine 4 and loads sprite frame 3, the other sets routine 5 and loads frame 5. Frame 3 points to a mapping frame for the button, but frame 5 is the unused smaller piece of the capsule. Applying this wasn't intentional. Unfortunately, both the routines they call point to the explosion handler for this object, implying the routines part were removed. Leftover source labels in the Sonic 2 Nick Arcade prototype refer to them as Mazin Center and Mazin Center 2. Machine Center. Mazin is machine. Had it remained implemented, it likely would have been attached from the back of the capsule as detailed in the piece of concept art for Dr. Robotnik, which would look like this. Instead, only the right part of it was ever used. Okay, so the files. The bottom half of the larger unused bit would go on to be used in Final Zone, albeit as a different art file entirely, using this bit. Speaking of Final Zone, at the end of Final Zone, after Sonic destroys the Egg Crusher, Robotnik quickly attempts to fly away with his Eggmobile. Before he takes off, the Eggmobile has a pair of bird legs that retract. The legs are actually taller in the raw graphics, revealing a mechanical need, as the legs are cut off in game. Pretty weird. Oh, yes, no. We also have the special stage. These can be seen in normal gameplay by falling out of the special stage using debug mode out of bounds, which... well, label the zones 1 through 6, possibly used to mark which special stage you're in. Okay, that's probably wrong. My guess is that they were meant to label which zone you were in, not which stage you were in, not which special stage. A 1-up icon. This is mentioned and shown in the game's manual, funnily enough, but doesn't appear in game outside of the aforementioned out of bounds area. It is actually fully coded and functional, and collecting it will grant you an extra life. The icon disappears like a ring when touched. I'm assuming this was removed probably because this was too powerful, and probably because this caused another bug, which we'll get into. Sorry, I'm gonna have to remove your message because it has a swear. If you know, you know. A W block. It's unknown what specifically would have done. The source symbol was left over in the Sonic's unique arcade prototype suggested it had to do with warping, as it is referred to as warp. Yeah, it has no code. Miscellaneous unused stuff. Press start button. This text was meant to appear on the title screen but was disabled due to a programming error. Along the Sonic Team Presents screen, interestingly, it will appear on Japanese systems after viewing the invisible credits, as performing that disables the Sonic Team Presents screen, and is restored in the Brazilian Mega Games 10 version. It can be reactivated by using this code. This functions as intended in the prototype. The basic function of this text is fully restored in 2013 remake, though it's fine if I say touch to start. It also says press button when the controller is plugged in, and it's Sonic Origins. Okay, so the reason why... Does this appear in the bugs section? Yeah, this is in the bugs. Okay, I'll get to that later. Unused characters found within the 8x8 font, which aren't included in any of the streams. This usually features 3 special characters. W is used in the prototype, but not in the final game. Unused sprites for goggles. Aha, I told you we'd get back to these fellas. Which would have been placed over Sun, and original reviews from Utah to possibly scrap power-up received from the equally unused goggles one. Dean Slayton confirmed that the goggles never had any gameplay for China playing in the first place, so how Sonic would have worn these is still a mystery. They were used in Sonic Mania for when Sonic is piloting a tornado and playing his Tails Mighty Array. And this is how it looks assembled. Okay, so do what? Oh. These sprites could have been used in the ending. Since they show Robotnik struggling to stay in the air and then exploding. Presumably only if you attack Robotnik's trap when he tries to escape the final zone. Yeah, I can see why this was coming. An unused frame of the Switch sprite. When bit 5 of the Switch's subtype is set, it makes the object flash using this sprite. In Labyrinth Zone, the sprite's data is partially overwritten by the Quirk sprite in VRAM. Labyrinth Zone Switch has no Gorilla sprite. This switch was used to close the door. It is present in the prototype and instead of objects without reference from Sparkling Zone, which is Spring Yard Zone. The letter K. The only letter meant for the title cards that went unused after the prototype, since nothing calls for any other use of it. It would have been used for Sparkling and Clockwork Zone, but they were respectively renamed to Spring Yard and Scrap Brain Zone. But at least they added the letter Y instead. A period. The symbol. Also intended for the title cards. Was used in the prototype. A small fireball, similar to the ones shot up at the gargoyle statues in the Labyrinth Zone. Unknown use. An unused and quite different explosion, meant for the scrap front-facing Ballhog Badnik's bomb and Buzzbomber's Badnik's unused exploding projectile routine. The explosion and the Ballhog Badnik itself can be found in the prototype build. Oh wait, still unused. Some sort of smoke or dust. This is a loading VRAM from the prototype where the final game's checkpoint graphics would have been found. Unknown use. Sparkles and a similar style to the invincibility stars. Also unused. No unknown purpose. Obscured sprites. Now this is interesting. There's actually not that many in this game. The lower half of Sonic's house screen animation are hidden behind the Sonic the Hedgehog ribbon, making these go obscured. These are actually left over from the Gengeki animation sketches seen here. They can, however, be seen in numerous early emulations of the game, including the official Sega Smash Pack Volume 1 for the Dreamcast, which incorrectly renders Sonic in front of the logo. The slightly edited version of the full sprite can also be seen on the option screen in the cancelled game Sonic's Edusoft. Due to a level art list error, one of the rover sprites are overwritten with Caterpillar's art, which this enemy is unused on stage. This is what it's supposed to look like. This is what it looks like in the game. This causes the full graphics to never be seen in the game. The end graphics where Robotnik jumps on the logo has its shadow graphics below separated from the rest of the text. Weirdly enough. Sonic's hand on the continue screen is separated from the main sprite, albeit it's misplaced 1 pixel to the right in the assembled sprite. Interesting. Robotnik's legs in his crouch and jump frames are obscured by his main body sprite as well. Zone leftovers. I'm not 100% sure that this is a leftover. Zone ID 06, Act ID 00, Act 1, and Act ID 01, Act 2 are used for the ending sequence, good ending and bad ending respectively, in the game. However, Zone 06 exhibits some odd behavior when played as a regular level. It plays the final zone music, and it doesn't have an act number on the title card. It just says zone. This isn't due to reading garbage data. This level specifically assigned these music and properties. The collision has some problems and the graphics are messed up. Act 1 small sign where you normally is a good ending, Act 1, Act 2 small is a bad ending, and Act 3 is unused and completely empty. So, yeah. Unused warping effect. This was used in the prototype, though in an unused object, when running into a giant rain. Sonic disappears as he runs into it and a warping noise plays. Sonic then reappears a few seconds later, likely as a method of testing the object. This object was never finished. There's also an unused demonstration. Directly after the demo pointers, there is a completely unreferenced demo data located at 40C0 and Rev 0 in version 0 and C2 for revision 1. The demo shows Sonic slowly walking right, jumping once, then running for a few seconds. This data is also present in the prototype, Sonic 2, and the Sonic 3 prototype, so this is a pretty old leftover. Misplaced objects. Ah yes, I love misplaced objects in stages. In Green Hills on Act 1, a motobug is suspended above an abyss near the first group of spikes. Oops. It is quickly erased from memory because there is no collision area for it to spawn on. The stage planning sheet reveals that the motobug was once placed at the top of the hill immediately past the misplaced motobug in front of the spring, so perhaps this is a remnant of that early stage design. Greenhouse on Act 2 has multiple misplaced enemies. That's a lie, there's only one misplaced enemy, such as his gravity at coordinates 10D0037, right here. Under the section with the moving pillars and spikes just before the checkpoint. They cannot be seen in the gameplay as they're always placed such that they instantly fall into the abyss and unload. The gravity is particularly amusing in that it's already below the level of the screen. It's pretty weird. There's also this rock that can be found below the boundaries of the map in Green Hills in Act 3 near the boss fight. It is impossible to reach it without use of debug mode. And actually, I think this is actually a bug. Because one of the let's just say, for example, the rock is placed at like 0720. If you replace the 7 with a 2, it actually fits with the stage layout. So I think that's a misplaced object. You can also find a buzz bomber that is impossible to reach at these coordinates. This is the problem, it's at the very top of the stage. It probably just forgot about this enemy. Yeah, you finally reached a halfway point. In Library Zone Act 1, there's a group of spikes buried in 12D30675. It's possible to see them because they are out of bounds, and the foreground tiles are in the layer above the sprites. And also, for some reason, these spikes are located at the exact same coordinates in Act 3. For some reason. Okay, I think the reason why this happens... I think the reason why this is because they probably copied... Or... Okay. Maybe the reason... I actually don't know the reason why this. Maybe the reason is that they wanted to put the spikes in Act 3, but they actually put it in Act 1 on accident, and they just forgot to delete it, and so this is why. There's one thing they forgot to document, is that in Spring Yard Zone Act 2, there's also a spring that is found way below the level. Wow, sorry, you mean what? I'm sorry to hear that. Unused level chunks. In Labyrinth Zone, we have this level chunk, 4E, which is level chunk 78, and it's using these tiles. It kind of looks broken. As you can see here, this doesn't match. This also doesn't match. That's because this is an early remnant of this. This is possibly what it was supposed to look like. These are tiles used in the prototype, but this chunk does not appear in the prototype. Just letting you know. Here's a completely empty chunk now. Marble Zone. These have been unused since the prototype, or they were made but never used, and they haven't changed. These three segments of the level chunks. This one's thinner. Yeah, this is another one of those ramp chunks, and this is another one of those lava chunks. Oh my gosh, Starlight Zone, I remember. Starlight Zone has the most unused chunks out of any level in the game. We have 37, 38, 39, 3A, 3B, 3C, 3D, 3E, 42, which is a copy of chunk 10, 43, 44, 45, which is a copy of chunk 11, 46, a copy of chunk of 22, 47, a copy of chunk 2C, 48, 49, 4A, 4B, which is a copy of chunk 2D, 4C, 4D, 4E, which is a copy of 30, 4F, 31, 50, 32. Most of these chunks look very different from how the level is actually built. Yeah, all these chunks are used in the prototype of the game. The final rendition of Starlight Zone does not require as many unique chunks as the level as the layout in the prototype does, leaving many leftover chunks that retain the prototype Starlight Zone art style. In addition, while the prototype does use the background chunks that are seen here, the final game has copies of these chunks in earlier chunk slots and uses those slots rather than the ones here for whatever reason. Scrap Rain Zone, 23 and 33. Chunk 33 is used once in the prototype, near the end of Act 1. Chunk 22 was also used in Act 2, but it had a completely different design. So, yeah. Unused 2x2 tiles? It's meant to be 16 by 16 blocks, I think. All tiles loaded into VRAM are organized by spreadsheet at the RAM address, where IDs are created for each line, representing 2x2 chunks of VRAM graphics. The address this is in charge of adding mirroring collision to these tiles, creating 16 by 16 blocks, not chunks. In all, there are 255 blocks created from this. To add these chunks, add the IDs below in blocks. In the format of this, after this, and search for the chunk ID 01 in the local data. Through this method, it's possible to sum the unused graphics from above. They even have the priority planes. So we have these, we have many unused grass tiles, unused tree tiles, border-like tiles. Okay, this is when we come back to this, right here. This is when we come back to this point. These two faces, possibly from an earlier point development, the graphics are mapped to Sonic's palette, and the final that would be their true palette was removed. They're simply the earlier versions of Green Zone decorations. They are loaded naturally into the RAM addresses and appear later in front of the sprites. There's also these unused border-like tiles. Especially these tiles are very similar to the border tiles seen in the 8-bit version Act 2 Underground segment. Although still unused in the prototype, these tiles are included in one of its level chunks, which got eventually replaced in the final These tiles would also later appear in Sonic Mania. In the water sections. Who wanna know? Back to where we were. We also have these unused tiles for whatever reason. And this is one unused background tile. Well, block. In Marble Zone, we have many unused decorations and background tiles. In Spring Yard Zone, hold on, I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. The tiles look like they could be used. Spring Yard Zone, we have other unused background tiles and many unused foreground tiles as well. The tiles. Hello, regular blob objects. F6, 16F, and 171 were all used in the prototype for background elements. Cool. Labyrinth Zone has these three unused tiles. These normally have water on them. These versions don't. They were used in a prototype for trying to water slides and used these in their place. And there's also an unused water spark. Starlight Zone! Many unused ramps. Background tiles, these tiles, and this early fire shooter tile, and many unused loop tiles. Tiles 140 and 141 are used in the prototype for an early rendition of the fireball launcher obstacle. Yeah, now I'm going. Scrap Brain Zone. Plane A. I'm sorry. Unused background tiles. Unused foreground tiles. Some of the tiles shown here are in the prototype, including the small wheel, the zigzag, and the tight hook tiles. It's fine. Let them leave. Exception handler. The game contains a very basic error handler. In the event a 68,000 exception occurs, e.g. a bug causes the game to crash, the game will stop and print some basic information to the screen. This can be triggered in the first two acts of Labyrinth Zone. If the camera is panned down and the results need to appear at the end of the first two acts, the game may crash with an illegal instruction exception. These are best performed on an actual console, as the error handler does not work properly in some emulators. While the error handler has text for most of the defined 68,000 exceptions, very few of them are likely to show up during normal gameplay, as many of them are assigned as placeholders. A way to get out of error messages is by pushing C, but sometimes it won't work properly and will either show another error message or lead to the game freezing entirely. A complete list of the game's error messages, which are shown below, can be found. Error exception, boss error, address error, legal instruction, zero divide, check instruction, trap V instruction, privilege violation, trace, line 1010 emulator, I don't know what these mean. Unused sound effects. Sound ID A2, AB, and BA all sound similar to the Spice sound effect. Let's play them here. And then Sound ID A5. This sound effect was used for when the earlier ball hog bombs exploded when hitting the ground and when the buzz bar missed out make contact with Sonic. In the prototype, the sound can only be heard when one bombs hit the ground. That's that for sound effects. Unused music sequences. In the game, there exist some unused sequences for music, most of which are either a little or very different than the final version. Unused credit sequence sounds almost exactly like the track from Misato's demo title and demo's title, its theme of Sonic the Hedgehog demo, which has many major differences from the final version of it, one of which being an extra note that is being played. Unused version. This one entirely unused. Unused Spring Yard Zone percussion. Spring Yard Zone features extra percussions that were done with no rest. This can be heard in the Sega Music Collection version of the song, very early in development. Strangely, this is not heard in the demo version of the song. Here's the song in action. Unused Green Hill Zone voice. Why is there no zone? This isn't consistent. A voice is basically an instrument. While called within the intro of the song, no note plays while it is active, and then it's overridden, thus it is never heard in the song itself. This is the unused version. And this is the used version. Unused Boss Bass. The unused bass instrument is similar to the Masa demo version. There's also another unused instrument for... Actually, I'll get to that later. Here it is. There is also another unused instrument for this song, but it was maybe, as I've heard, it's probably just to test the bass. It's also not present here for whatever reason. Unused Act Clear Trumpet. The unused instrument makes it sound near identical to the Masa demo version as well. Okay, we're finally done with the music. We can get back to Patient. Unused code. Song 1 has quite a bit of unused code, most of which was meant for a much older version of the game. An unused routine to Squish Sonic, which played the unused warping animations shown above. When this routine... No, not warping, spin dash. When this routine is enabled, it activates when Sonic is near a wall, causing him to stick in place, as if he was hanging onto the wall. It is unknown what this was meant for. Sonic in the special stages has some leftover code that would have limited his jump height, just like the Sonic in normal stages, which makes the special stages actually fair. This code does not exist in the prototype. There's a third music cue that's never called for. This is simply a function of the sound driver, which the game doesn't use. And in fact, even if it does use it, it is broken because it's never initialized. Well, I mean, it's never backed up, so using it would break everything. There's unused code to record demo inputs, used a lot during development, as well as a routine that converts the collision from a bitmap-like format to the one used in the game. Interestingly, this was altered in the Sonic 2 Nick Arcade prototype so that it would convert Green Hill Zone's collision to work with the new collision table. Though it doesn't work, since both variations would require a special development cartridge that could overwrite itself. Interestingly, a remnant of the data that it was meant to convert can be found in the J2ME port version under bkcol.bct. There's also a routine to calculate the square root, and funnily enough, this particular code was removed in the Japanese version of the game. And there's also alternate code for the invincibility stars trailing behind, making them trail behind a bit less. Unused pallets. This right here. A palette cycle for Marble Zone's lava and torches in the background. Just so you know, Marble Zone is the only zone that doesn't have a palette cycle. It doesn't work very well when applied though. It may be intended for an older iteration of the zone's armor, because previous screenshots showed that the look of the lava changed significantly during development. There's also these alternate background palettes for the special stage that also don't get used. And after all that, we finally finished just the main page. We still got all this to do. Right here. We're not gonna do all of them, don't worry. Let's look at the development info. This is a pretty short page. See this scroll bar? It's not too long. Tom Payne Archives. In 2019, a set of floppy disks owned by the former STI member Tom Payne were found and preserved, creating what is now known as the Tom Payne Archives. These files contain sprites from Sonic 1 and 2, specifically Sonic 2, along with internal concept art and environmental sprites pertaining to 2 other games that went unreleased. The original files can be found here. Original palette. The palette used on most of the files appear to use a more saturated set of blues. These would show up in many later games including Sonic CD, Sonic Eraser, and Sonic Crackers. Sonic Crackers is unused. Enemies. The Burrow block, named Mogera instead of the Japanese finals Mogurino, making reference to Toho's Mogera even clearer. It's titled Ducting in Tom Payne's Archives. It hasn't changed. A Ball Hog, using its pre-WCS design that stands in place like the final one does, making these sprites were potentially made later in development. It is referred to as Buta. Then just the actual finalized Ball Hog, referred to as Nbuta. Oddly, the blues here use the final palette, but the darkest blue still uses the old palette. For whatever reason. The Roller. Slightly bigger, and including more rolling frames which account for 4 different angles instead of 3. I wonder why the 4th was cut. The Buzz Bomber. The only difference is that its antennae is completely yellow. The in-game graphic uses a mix of dark reds and tan to achieve the shading to the Sonic's palette lacking dark yellow shades. Didn't have enough space. Splats the bunny, strangely called Bird Ding, the Chopper, which is referred to as Fish, Jaws, which is referred to as Fish 02, and Spikes, which is referred to as Spikes? Well, yeah, Gathering, referred to as Spike Caught. With the finalized Ball Hog, this also uses a strange combination of both the final blues. Visuals. The Splash, Water Splash, 2 different versions, both shorter and using Sonic's palette. The prototype. There's also all of these songs that were the demo versions. In 2011, composer Masato Nakamura released a CD containing his original demo track for Sonic Hedgehog and Sonic 2. The demos for Sonic Hedgehog were sequenced using a Yamaha SY77, Roland D50, Roland D70, Roland TR626, and in Sonic SQ1. He really goes over the process of making the songs here. Interesting. Where he mentions that he used an Atari ST worked under specific limitations to make conversions easier. I am not going to make you listen to all of these songs, because that will take forever. So that was it for this page. Prototype info is extremely long. Pre-release info is even longer. Bugs. Off-center title logo. Oh my gosh, I remember this bug. All objects on the title screen, including the trademark and the press start button text when that is re-enabled, are misaligned, including the emblem. Instead of being dead center, they are moved 8 pixels to the left of where they should be. Brug. Yeah, the real bugs here. Press start button text. In pre-release screenshots and the prototypes of flashing text, blah 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 blah. However, due to programming error, it doesn't work. So the reason why this happens is the routine for loading the main title screen into memory doesn't fully clear out the memory used for the Sonic Team Presents text, which prevents the object from appearing. The Japanese version, namely the hidden credits, which overrides Sonic Team Presents screen, re-enables this text. To fix this issue, open the ROM in an editor and replace this in the Japanese version, and replace the 7 with F. Interestingly, this error was fixed in the Brazil exclusive Mega Games 10 version, but not in any other release of the game. The 2013 remake also fully restores this function, blah 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 blah. no jumping during demos. The demos during the title screen credits essentially use a table on which a button should be pressed or held. In theory. However, the original release of Sonic 1 uses the wrong RAM value, which allows the player to disrupt the demos by holding A, B, and C. Doing this prevents Sonic from jumping, which can lead to some funny results. As all of the recorded demos in the final game will use C to jump, just holding C will be sufficient to prevent Sonic from jumping. If doing attack to include the A or B button in the demo inputs, holding the corresponding A, B, or C, which will cover for all possible jump inputs, rather than just C would be required. Although the demo disruption issue was fixed in the Japanese version of Sonic 2, the method used to fix it ends up making the press hold detection useless by clearing the input every frame. So it's still bugged. Whatever. Hidden points. Oh yeah, this is a funny bug. At the end of the level, there are hidden points bonuses, the signposts. Although the 10,000 and 1,000 point bonuses work, the 100 point bonus only gives 10, due to missing a 0 in the points array, which multiplies the entries by 10. This bug can be seen in the screenshots to the right. Although all bonuses have been obtained, 10,000, 1,300 bonuses, the score only has up to 11,030, even though it should be 11,300. Oops. HUD flashing bug. Both the time and ring counters can flash red, performing when 9 minutes have passed, telling it to hurry up, and allow when no rings have been collected. However, a bug in the code will prevent the time counter from flashing red if the player has at least one ring. Oops. Level wrapping. Oh yes, a rather infamous bug, which made its way into both Sonic 2 and Sonic 3. It's possible for Sonic to get stuck in a wall, by debug mode or being pushed by other objects. It happens pressing either left or right on the D-pad forces Sonic a distance away from the wall, and is ever getting unstuck. It's can be used to skip certain parts of a level, or in certain areas, can send Sonic to the very end of a stage. When that happens, there's a chance of random objects and tiles appearing, and the signposts end up using the sprite to restore the monitors, due to the sprites not loading. You practice your man raise up into the wall. Right, isn't there a funny text for like every single one of these? Yeah, also the two E letters in the title screen are slightly different. Okay, that's something else. Jump walking. If Sonic is colliding with objects in certain zones, most of them are going marble and labyrinth, though it can be triggered to certain green hills on Act 2, to the rock object with yellow springs on top, and starts jumping, the animation show will be of him walking instead of his usual rolling jumping one. Because they never check. Hello Penmaster 9115, welcome to the stream. Title screen background bug. When you drown in a water level and get a game over, the title screen's background will stop moving, because it's set to not move. It is a video, unfortunately, but yeah, you can see how that goes. Spike bug. Perhaps the most infamous and infuriating bug in the game. While Sonic is usually invulnerable for a brief moment upon being injured, indicated by sprite flashing, if he lands on spikes, he will be harmed regardless of whether he is flashing or not. This essentially guarantees the player's death if they land on a row of spikes, even if equipped with a shield. According to Yuji Naka, the team did not notice the bug until well after the game had shipped. It persisted through most of Sonic 2's development and wasn't addressed until Beta 5, which was like 10 days before the game released. Forgotten about chat? No, I haven't. In most Sonic 1 re-releases since Sonic 2, you have patched behavior. The spike bug occurs because spikes use a unique collision routine, since they're one of the few objects Sonic can stand on, but also get damaged by. Instead, routine fails to check for Sonic's temporary invincibility timing. The unique routine led to debate as to whether the behavior was a bug or intentional, but in a 2012 interview, Naka admitted it was an oversight and apologized to players who came across it. In the prototype, spikes damage the player even if they have an invincibility power. Further evidence that the custom collision routine was to blame. It's pretty insane. Technical bugs. Displaying before initializing. Oh geez, this is a really bad bug. The way Sonic 1 handles initialization of non-dynamic objects in Object Land is dangerous. Essentially, the game blows an object in a slump before the previous one is cleared and then deleted on the same frame. Oh, hello, Ralsei is very fluffy. Welcome to the stream. Oh, apparently you're a fish? I don't get it. This, as a result, makes an object display invalid mappings and can cause a crash under very specific circumstances. Developers also knew about this bug as allowed a common routine to delete an object off screen is fixed, object-specific variations aren't, and even in Japanese versions some changes were made to start fixing the issue, although it wouldn't be fully eradicated until Sonic 2. This is a bad bug. I guess what the fluff? Was that the Fluffy of 87? Okay, thanks. Zone-specific bugs. There are many. Camera scrolling of death. I like these songs. I like these times. Usually the camera is set up in Sonic 1 in the general area where the bug is located. It's possible to kill Sonic in a certain area, like Green Hills on Act 1, by jumping straight down while in the loop and then rolling. Sonic needs enough speed to around run with the camera, resulting in the loss of a life. He's actually French, lol. Wait. Is my Prince British? I like his voice. Thanks, but yeah, I'm French. But yeah, that's pretty funny. You're going too fast in the Sonic game, and therefore, well, that happens. Was that the 87 of Byte? He was French, yep. Especially sounds absolutely. No, it's not. Spring Yard Zone. Roller art bug, I've already seen this before. In the level art list for Spring Yard Zone, which loads objects breaks into the game's memory, is an unused entry for the Cattle Killer enemy. I don't know why this is here. We're such a 9FE0, but due to its closeness to the entry for the roller enemy, starting at 9700, the two sprites clash each other during gameplay, noticeable during rolling animation. Bad bug. Labyrinth Zone is a crash. The routine that runs pattern load cues in Sonic 1, and Sonic 2 technically, has an error in it when the instruction displays a few lines earlier than it should be. Although not only unnoticeable, it's possible to crash the game with it by rolling at the end of Labyrinth Zone Acts 1 and 2. Not good. Let me reach out a bit. Yo, you're full. No, you're full. Unloading the signpost. Oh my gosh, I remember this bug. This bug is horrible. At the end of Labyrinth Zone Act 2, the signpost can be unloaded from memory by heading to the area where the camera lost horizontally and running all the way to the left. There's no way to exit the screen by resetting or turning off the console. Jumping into a giant ring will not transport Sonic into a special stage, and the timer, when it runs out, will not kill off Sonic. We're stuck here, aren't we? Lives underflow glitch. Oh, I like this glitch. One of my favorite glitches in the game. It's possible, to be careful timing Labyrinth Zone Act 3, to change Sonic's lives from 1 to 255 in the section with the current and rateable poles. By positioning Sonic in front of some spikes and letting him ground count down and run out, Sonic will down and suddenly fly right into the spike into 2 lives at once. This will roll his lives counter back to a glitchy 255, which looks like this. Note the strange looking lives count. At this point, you can't lose the game. Starlight Zone. Oh yeah, I remember this bug. If you jump into an Orbinaut at around 3/4 into Act 1 of the upper path, Sonic will die when he hits the top of the screen. That's a bug. Scrap Brain Zone disappearing platform. Oh yeah, this is one of the weirdest mysteries ever. Towards the end of the shortcut in Act 3, there's a platform similar to the secret platform found in Labyrinth Act 1 that is intended to carry the player across the second to last gap in the shortcut gap. However, at the start of the level, the player is forced to walk far enough from the platform that it unloads itself. But the platform refuses to load itself back in, causing it to not be seen under normal circumstances. The platform can be found by enabling debug mode, then replacement mode, and going underneath the starting area. Interestingly, this platform is not present at all in the mobile remake and Sonic Origins, even if the player uses placement mode to go directly under the starting area. They most likely removed it. Final Zone. Near invincible final boss. Very similar now come to the Lies Underflow glitch. During the fight with Robotnik and Final Zone, his death animation, his exploding animation, sinking into the ground slowly. It's possible with quick timing on the 8th and final hit to hit Robotnik a second time, rolling himself over to 255. This makes it impossible to defeat Robotnik, and the only way to turn himself back to normal is to lose a life. Either by time over, or by just losing. fall off level and final boss. If the player carefully times will jump after the final boss, it's possible to fall into the pit. This can only be done if you hit the final boss, as there is an invisible wall if you don't. Sound bugs. Oh my gosh, there's so many sound bugs in this game, it's ridiculous. Missing drums. If the game is paused while the music fades back in, the percussion track DAC will not play until you pause the game again. No, actually, get into a French. What? Special stage music. Obtaining a 1-up in the special stages, mainly done by collecting 100 rings, will cause the 6th audio channel to go silent. This is because the developers never made check on whether the song uses a DAC channel or FM6 channel. Since the fade-in always defaults to the DAC, the FM6 channel is ignored by the sound engine. Extra PSG2 notes. There's supposed to be an additional melody in the credits code. For whatever reason, due to a stray sound command, this never plays in the game. Okay, this one is insane. I think this one was removed on purpose. So basically, this is not the correct area. Basically, not only is the extra PSG2 notes way too far away, way too out of sync, it also plays the wrong sound command, which mutes the volume. Because why not? Revisional differences, and this is the last one we're looking at, I promise. For unknown reasons, Sega changed the game's ID code in Japan to 4049, which differs from the 1009 code that can be found in international releases. Likely due to this change, while its ROM header says the revision value was 01. It's certainly not considered a revision when manufacturing the ROMs. Pretty weird. This build has been officially referred to as the Japanese version in subsequent releases, making the older one that's international and was more common in the Asian market. Though it's also been reported to have been found inside the select few European cartridges, which resulted in mismatched ID codes between the internal header and the barcodes on the box. That's something. Most compilations and re-releases include this improved version. Below are the game's changes. The game's background deformation screen drawing routines were given significant overhauls. As a result of clouds and green hill, the entire screen now scroll. Backgrounds that previously did not have multiple layers now scrolling now do, and the water and lime zone and dark stripe zone has been given a ripple effect. Don't worry, I'm looking at the chat. The level select was rearranged. We've already seen this. There are more changes if the game detects it's being played on Japanese console. Previously disabled the use of debug mode, but enabled the hidden developer credits. The Japanese version provides a new level select. The point system was all slightly altered. Extra lives are now gained every 50,000 points, only played on a Japanese console. And the final boss now awards 1,000 points of defeat. Previously, extra lives were not acquired upon reaching any particular point total, which is still the case on US/PAL systems, and the final boss awarded no points at all. Minor programming changes were made to certain objects. The counter killer no longer messes with the program stack, likely to prevent an obscure crash. The game over now resets the time at the last lamppost. The monitor contents object can no longer interrupt the drowning music. Marble Zone's break had a single line change relating to collision, although what it does is unknown. The object is also now programmed to only display when fully zone. Sorry, internet crash. Used for both floating blocks at Starlight Zone and Springer Zone and Lord Joe's Alarm Zone, Subtype 36 is specifically programmed to not be deleted when off screen. This object also no longer displays before initializing. Generally, the game code is tighter, more efficient, and removes unnecessary remnants like uncertain person unused code. Holding buttons during the attract mode and ending demo sequences will not cost simultaneous jumps. The ending now freezes on Sonic for 5 seconds instead of 2. The debug list, also used for the special stages, were altered, removing all the animals and bumpers. The routine that handles Sonic object collision was altered. If Sonic died, it now completely ignores all checks for whether or not he is pushing, like to prevent walking animation from running when that happens. Marble Zone, Springer Zone, and Strawberry Zone had their backgrounds rearranged. Marble and Strawberry both had their class rearranged, while Springer had their entire background layout redone to prevent certain parts from being cut off thanks to its new scrolling routine. Layout differences. One block was added in Springer Zone Act 3 to make sure that after pressing a button, another block remained in its final position. There was one extra ring in Zone Act 1 after the player presses a button near the two rising platforms. A platform spawned above. Something few people know about. It's possible to reach this platform. Yeah, this is an alternate ramp. It's possible to collect 50 rings. With said rings, it's possible to collect 50 rings in some instances of a special stage while taking the shortcut. If you're in nearby areas in Library Fact 3, close to the second cafe button, the level will be made easier by removing a few enemies. 2 jaws and an Argonaut, and a series of ball and chain spinning around, specifically the very last one. Some invisible blocks in Scrap Brain Act 1 were moved up slightly, possibly to avoid level wraps. Mega Games 10 release. This compilation released only in Brazil with a limited Asian release in 1997. Oh hey, it's that here again. Features an exclusive version of Sonic the Hedgehog that happens to enable the Express Start Button Pro. All other features are the same as the original. Now for many ports and compilations. The Wii Virtual Console release uses the original ROM. Mega Play version. Arcade is a port of the Japanese version with some differences. The rings and time counter in the HUD were switched around, for whatever reason that may be. The timer now counts down instead of up. The amount of time you're given to clear the level varies. Getting a time over. Stop crashing, please. As I was saying, the player begins the game with 3 lives as knowing it's impossible to gain extra lives when it's from circling 1 monitors or collecting harder rings. Marble Zone, Labyrinth Zone, Scrapper Zone Act 3, and special stages have all been removed. As a result of special stages being removed, the criteria to getting the good ending has been changed from getting all the Chaos Emeralds to beating the game deathless. The credits and bad ending, the try again screen, were also completely removed. A high score ranking screen has been added, which uses the special stage music. Sonic Classics. The version of Sonic 1 including Sonic Classics is bit for bit identical to the original ROM, barring the different ROM addresses, but introduces a bug where Scrap Brain's palette cycling is bugged. This is due to the game being stored at 2 megabytes in the Sonic Classics ROM. However, the Scrap Brain's palette cycling only supports up to 1 megabyte. As a result, the game pulls the new palette entries from junk data. Oops. Sonic Jam. The version of the game including Sonic Jam has a fair share of differences, including the option to enable the spin dash ability from Sonic 2. Turning on the above option also changes the behavior of spikes. Previously, spikes would damage the planet, and on Sonic, these are flashing really stay. But this was fixed, of course. Easy and normal modes, which reduce the difficulty of the game by different measures, while skidding after changing direction while running. Sonic leaves fall dust clouds behind, much like the other Sonic games. Welcome back, Cookie Cloud. I just want to relax to her Casey's voice. This version uses XA-ADPCM audio instead of sequence music, avoiding issues from the original game when parts of the music being muted by sound effects. However, this also has downsides, such as the song having large pauses before they play, CD seeking times, and power sneakers causing the music to restart instead of speeding up from where it already was. Well, lots of sound effects were also altered due to different sound chip the Saturn has, such as collecting rings, steering to a stop, and spin dashing. Green Hill Act 1's camera events were changed to release at the bottom boundary of the latter section of the stage instead of letting you gradually shift towards it. This was done to prevent Sonic from going past the bottom boundary too quickly as it shifted if he was going too fast. But the spin dash added was made much easier to trigger that issue while going down the roll tunnels. Some objects had their code modified. The spiked objects had an additional subtype added. It's just a regular 3-spike group of objects facing subtype, but only the leftmost spike is visible. It was used for the platforming section of Green Hill Act 2 with the normal difficulty, and also easy difficulty, to artificially extend the widths of the beds of spikes. The platform object also has an additional subtype added. It's just a regular stationary subtype, but its collision width was extended. It's also used in the platforming section of Green Hill Act 2, placed under the larger platforms that move up and down. The monitor's collision code was modified to allow Sonic to spin dash next to it and break it upon unleashing the spin dash. The original code would have prevented Sonic from doing that. The player's Caterpillar piece collision code added an extra check that checks if the head was destroyed. This was done to fix Sonic being able to speed into a Caterpillar and still get hit by the body even if the head was destroyed. This build is also based on the Japanese version, and unlike many other releases, it is an actual port. Sonic Mega Collection, oh boy. Sonic Mega Collection, Sonic Mega Collection Plus, include both the original and Japanese versions, as well as the new version which features the same spike behavior change as Sonic Jam. The launch on Sonic Jam, however, this is accomplished by rather happily overwriting both the original spike code, the hurt code, a check for Sonic's hurt timer, and then a jump to a backup of the code originally found at that location. Now we can locate to a part of the header near the end of the 68K average vectors. That was unlikely to ever be read. It seems to imply that the revision found in the Sonic Collection and Sonic Collection Plus have been made by taking a Sonic Bomb ROM and editing it with a hex editor to change the spike behavior. It's pretty insane. Sonic Classic Collection for the Nintendo DS, the zone changes as documented here and here. General game differences. Oh yeah, Sonic Classic Collection. I remember. Branch I will jump to the checkstone's failed trap, now leads to the OK code path, and replace the name and progress on screen plane mapping to move copyright text closer to the center. This is not foolproof, as now there is garbage to the right side of the text. Good job. Good job, developers. Because the Genesis has a higher screen resolution than the DS, the games were modified to fit the DS screen. This was accomplished through scaling the resolution down further and adjusting the HUD placement. In each game, start button is disabled everywhere outside of the title screen, and menus pausing and using the icon noted. No, the touchscreen pauses the emulator, not the game itself. Maybe this was accomplished by having the emulator check what's going on in games to determine what they're playing from the start, as only the extracted ROMs and their emulator will not replicate this. "3D Sonic the Hedgehog," released on the Nintendo 3DS. Damn, it's fine, yeah. Released on the Nintendo 3DS in 2013 as part of the 3D Classics line of re-releases. It runs on the Giga Drive, a special Genesis emulator that allows games to take advantage of the 3DS hardware. Features include stereoscopic 3D graphics, original version of both international and Japanese being both selectable, customizable controls, CRT style screen filtering, spin dash, and level select being unlocked by default. Sega Ages Sonic the Hedgehog, finally the last revision. Released for the Nintendo Switch under the Sega Ages banner in 2018. A port of the 3DS release and such contains all the changes in that version. Additions include the inclusion of the drop dash from Sonic Mania, it can be toggled on or off, addition of Rainkeeper mode, a feature from the 3D Classic versions of Sonic 2. This allows the player to start eating tracks with 10 rings and only lose half the rings when hit. In addition to Japan and international versions, the Mega Play release is also available, marking the first time it has been re-released. A challenge mode in which a player competes for high scores, the best being uploaded to an online leaderboard. There are two modes: Time Attack, in which the player attempts to complete Act 1 Green Hill in the fastest possible time, and Score Attack, in which the player gets the highest number of score possible in the Mega Play version with only one life. And we're finally done. That took forever to do. And that was only 4 pages. There's like a million pages here and a million other pages here as well. That took absolutely forever. If it's streamed for 5 hours. What? There's no freaking way. How long was I reading? I was reading for over an hour straight. Oh my goodness. It's 11:31 p.m. Do you guys really want me to talk about the prototype and pre-release info of the game? Do you guys really want me to do that? Because that section was already long enough. We're probably gonna inflict the stream by like 3 times if we cut for everything. And I need everything of the game. And its prototype. And its pre-release content. Do you guys really want me to do that? I'm not forcing you. That was long, yeah. Should probably drink something. You're absolutely right. I'll do that if I do continue. I'm letting the others decide. I let the others decide last time. I hope they didn't regret it. Told you it was going to be long and probably boring. Kind of tired right now, if you want to. I don't want to talk at the void, you know. It's a Shuckle Master. Yeah, it's a Shuckle Master's 30 minutes, like 30 minutes later than their nap time. They should, yeah. You should probably go to sleep. It's the Shuckle Master. It's pretty late. 5-hour stream. Yeah. Alright, let's make a new poll then. There we go, just made a new poll. I can sleep later today? Okay. Did I get any new notifications? No, okay. You don't mind? This is the first time someone's willing to listen to me for this long. I won't lie. How can I say no to such a poll? I'm not saying for much longer. Okay. It's not even close to night for you. Okay then. I suppose I'll read more. Also, I put a capital H. Oops. 40% said no. I'm gonna leave it for... I'm gonna leave it some tea. I'll be back, and then I'll do whatever is the most voted option. I'll be back, guys, I promise. Okay, I'm back and it's still yes. Okay. Whoever said no, I'm really sorry for you. But I will continue to be. I'm very sorry. Let me just get my tablet. Yes, I have a tablet as well. Alright. We shall not choose violence. Okay, this? No, okay. We have to put it like that. Alright. Fair enough. Still haven't drank yet, so please wait a bit. This is not a joke anymore. Seriously. Sorry about that, I'm back. Oh, you're back too, the blog dude. Welcome back. What happened? We're reading a lot. In fact, we're gonna read even more, apparently. Hope you guys are ready. Alright. Let's make another poll. One sec. Which one will you guys choose first? No, wait, it's a 50-50. Okay, that's what I was saying. Whichever you want. They're both long. That's why I'm asking you guys to do it. And to choose. Wait. Why is my chat dead? What? Hold on. Does live chat not work on tablet? That's really annoying, so. Hold on. Test. It does work. Okay, so it was just my tablet acting up. 83%, 17%, 10%. Just please stop joking about it, alright? That's all, really. Okay? I don't find it funny anymore. I don't even know what rage baiting is. Anyways, prototype info 1. Alright, let's do prototype first. Prototype information. A prototype of Sonic the Hedgehog was released by Hidden Palace at midnight GMT on January 21st, 2021. It was live streamed just the day earlier. It depicts the game midway through development. Many stages cannot be completed due to the lack of signposts and bosses. Some, like Clockwork Zone Act 3 and Final Zone, haven't been started at all, or obvious placeholder designs, like the special stage. I'm reading chat as well. Oh. This build reveals a game that was originally tuned more for traditional platforming and exploration rather than for speed, which would eventually become the hallmark of the Sonic series. It also features a plethora of interesting content that was previously only seen in grainy magazine screenshots and raw gameplay footage, like the rolling shadow boulder. Okay, these are all spoilers. Long considered the holy grail by the Sonic community, Sonic prototype sought after nearly 30 years. This scarcity was in part due to the game being the first story of the Blur, and in part because publicity for the game was actually quite subdued, at least compared to Sega's later efforts. Gotta go soon? Okay. See you soon, Pookie Cloud. During the time before this build, surface prototypes of all the other 16-bit Sonic games were discovered, dumped, and shared with the public. Along the way, there were also a few ROM packs written as attempted guesses to what such a prototype would look and play like, such as the historical Sonic 1 beta hoax, one of the first ROM hacks ever created back in May 1999. It wasn't until late 2020 that an individual by the name of Bukaru, and I really thank him, found a cartridge containing this prototype, and released its content for Hidden Palace on New Year's Day for gamers to enjoy. According to DRX, this build was originally sent to an unspecified UK video game magazine in early 1991 for their pre-release coverage. So it's still 1991. Now you talk about it, I'm gonna watch it. Turning to reading to something else. Sorry. I really said that I gave 2 chances and yep, none. Sorry, I had to do it faster. Let's start with the general differences. ROM header. The prototype doesn't yet have its own ROM header and instead contains basic template information with no game name and a date of December of 1989 January, implying that this build was somehow compiled before development has even begun. A reasonable estimation based on visual cross-checking against UK release coverage of Sonic places this prototype around February to March of 1991. Just reading chat a bit. I love when Ralsei does when explains the Sonic lore. This isn't the Sonic lore, this is the Sonic content. Unused pre-release content. Pre-game content. Instead of the well-known Sega logo and iconic Sega chant, this prototype uses a standard and sidely pilot cycling Sega logo, which opened most other Genesis/Mega Drive games. Unlike in the final game, the logo can be skipped at any point with start. The title screen immediately follows. There is no Sonic Team Presents card. At the time, Sega did not normally credit or internal development teams within games. Unfortunately, adding the screen also created a minor bug. We'll get to that. This is the title screen in the prototype. Press start button. Final. What button starts the game? I like that one. I was here the whole time, by the way. Be right back again. The prototype's title screen likes the trademark symbol, like the Japanese release, and features a flashing press start button graphic that's absent from the final. It's still present because the Sonic 2% screen clears have during my friend should it never appears. During a track mode, BGM doesn't immediately stop when the Sega logo is displayed. The music fades out slowly instead. Okay. Clearly, I opened the wrong thing. Clearly, okay, that's enough. Sorry. You're annoying the others by spamming Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to remove. Sorry, I can't do much. Can't do much else. There we go. They've been removed. Should listen to the others. Early demos. While the demo cycle only shows Act 1 of Green Hill Zone, Marble Zone, Sparkling Zone, a demo for Starlight Zone is present. It's not only seen to the demo cycle only having 12 entries, but the demo player code forcing a loop after 6. The special stage demo also plays in between every stage, rather than being played only at the end. In the final release, there are no demos present for Labyrinth nor Clockwork Zone. At first glance, the demos would appear to be broken, as Sonic dies almost immediately by running into enemies or falling off a lift. This is because the demo improvements are not only misreferenced, but belong to an earlier compile of the game. How funny. No, I'm sorry. I had to after that. I had to. Used, unused. Level select / debug mode. They are automatically enabled in this build for testing and preview purposes. In debug, holding A and pressing C won't yet go backwards in the object list, and set places a highlighted object regardless. This was added in the final version. The game acknowledges B as a jump input before activating debug mode. This causes Sonic to jump on the frame before entering, and performing said jump after exiting. This was fixed in the prior version for levels, but was not changed for the vessel chases for some reason. Spring Yard and Sprout Brain were called Sparkling and Clockwork in this build. These early zone names would end up being used in the manga published in the Japanese magazine to make a Trash Fan, which coincided with the release of the game. Pretty funny. Can't really tie him out unless something serious happens. The level select contains X's next to Starlight Acts 1 through 3 and Clockwork Zone Act 3. Finally, no X's. These were likely used for when the stage hasn't been implemented yet, though in this build it's a bit outdated since Starlight Zone has been implemented. Okay, so fun fact, I believe let me get you one more time. I believe that Starlight Zone was actually the last zone that was implemented. Oh, it's the final zone that was implemented into the game. Well, first off because of that, but second because Starlight Zone is much different. You know something I'm actually telling you out? Clockwork Zone Act 3 cannot be selected. Pressing B on the level select will load up Act 4 of Green Hill. Displayed only by the time of being a copy of the blue holographic replacing the act number, which since it might have been used to test the ending sequence stage. In the final game, the ending stage uses a separate zone altogether. Level transitions. Completing Act 1 or 2, a Starlight Zone sends the player to Act 2 or Act 3 regardless, respectively, but clearing Act 3 takes the player to Marble Zone Act 1. Being Clockwork Act 2 will bring the player to Act 3, which later became Final Zone, and being Act 3 will bring the player back to the Sega screen. Yeah, stop spamming and you're fine, seriously. HUD differences. I've seen countless pre-release screenshots, which we have not seen yet. The HUD says ring instead of rings. The change was made certain that the build seen in Shinsaku-san video, rather close to the end of development. Ring does not flash red when the player has 0 rings, nor does time flash when the clock reaches 9 minutes. In fact, the time over does not occur when the timer reaches 10 minutes at all. The timer instead loops back to 9 minutes indefinitely, meaning you have infinite time. Okay, I swear, one more chain of spams and you're getting timed out. YouTube should remove AI slop. Seriously. Anyways, the time bonus works differently. Wait, really? I didn't know that. I didn't know that it actually worked differently. I'll have to look at that. During the game over, the timer will continue counting up. The final game stops the timer instead. Sonic's jump height is lower. On flat ground, the apex of jump is 6 pixels shorter and lower than in the final game. The cause is in one of the global subroutines that has object movement. In this prototype, gravity takes effect instantly. The final game, the code was modified to take 1 frame for gravity updates to apply. Which makes sense. Sonic's 40 instead of 80. I just realized this song has been playing in the background for far too long. Let me change that. Alright. Sorry that you had to deal with this. No, I'm sorry you had to deal with that. Let me put an actual good song. A better song. One that you all enjoyed last stream. Sorry, I think you've been hearing Patient for far too long now. There you go, this should be better. Green room? Maybe later. Yeah, really? Yeah, we're doing that. Oh yeah, you can see the whole... I didn't really do that. Okay, we're good. So yeah. The Power Sneaker's acceleration speed is 80 and both does build on the final game. The game was never adjusted to account for the regular acceleration speed change. So the Power Sneaker's acceleration speed and regular being identical. Walking, jumping onto objects such as platforms, bridges cause Sonic to lose some of his speed. Because they added code to do that. When hurt, Sonic has no collision with ceilings. Sonic doesn't automatically run off the screen after touching the end of level signpost and destroying the post boss and capsule, nor is the player capable of doing so yet. Jumping during the ensuing end of level bonus sally causes Sonic to enter the victory fist pump pose, seen in many early screenshots. Ralsei never dies. Objects. The hidden end of Act 1's point markers haven't been implemented yet. Special stage rings haven't been added to the ends of Acts 1 and 2 yet. The ring engine does exist with full graphics and coding, though it works completely differently. We'll get to that. I think. No, we won't get to that. Never mind. When Sonic touches the giant ring, instead of instantly disappearing like in the retail version, he instead momentarily gains a sparkle effect after which he then warps off the screen, similar to the way time travel works in Sonic CD. However, it doesn't give you any further coding for it beyond this point in development, as Sonic simply reappears a short distance ahead of the point where he vanished a brief moment after he disappears. Given this behavior, it's probable that the special stage rings were originally intended to be placed at ground level just past the signpost instead of up in the air to give the illusion of Sonic running toward the ring and then warping away to the special stage. Why this was altered is unknown, but given that remnants of this functionality still exists in the final ROM, it's likely it was changed fairly late in development. Welcome back, PokeCloud. Checkpoints are completely absent. In fact, they haven't been coded into the game at all. Spikes damage Sonic during all forms of invincibility, including from monitors. Yay! Even more buggy spikes. Glad this was changed. The continue screen hasn't been implemented yet, likely because there's no way to earn continues in this build. The end cutscenes and credits are completely absent as well. Yep, Ralsei. Scrolling. Vertical positioning is somewhat buggy. The camera is much slower when moving vertically, making it easier to outrun the camera and in some rare cases die when doing so when following or traveling at high speeds. Top and bottom of the stage wrap in every level, even in stages that don't normally utilize vertical wrapping and stages with lethal bits. This results in a player dying even if they travel above the upper stage limit. This on graphs from the top to the bottom of the stage where the game thinks he's falling into a pit. Object placement mode ignores camera batteries. Camera movement also works differently, meaning going to the same coordinate in the same way will only result in the camera being positioned the same way. Miscellaneous. When the zone is completed, graphics within the zone start decompressing during the fade out before the act transition completes. Collision is noticeably glitchy when rounding a small incline, especially when rounding a small incline. There's no combo bonus for destroying multiple badniks in a row yet, meaning you'll always get a flat rate of 100 points from doing so. On-screen enemies are not cleared after finishing an act, and can still harm Sonic while the player's score is being tallied. This can easily be observed in Greenhouse on Act 1. Extra lives are earned at 50 and 100 rings instead of 50, 100 and 200. The ring requirements for extra lives was later doubled. Ring memory doesn't exist yet, meaning it's possible to earn 2 1-ups by collecting 100 rings, take damage, then earn another 2 1-ups by collecting 100 more rings. And if I'll release each ring threshold only gets 1 1-up per life, per level. Oh, and the BGM and sounds continue while the game is paused. Graphical differences. There are many. Title cards have an additional period after Act, possibly implying that Act was originally the abbreviation of another longer word like Action. This was removed from the final, although the period that remains in the data. Sonic's sprites are almost identical to the final game, but he lacks his updated breathing animation and his actual curse sprite. These were silent. Audio. The snare drum and Tiffany samples are used all across all tracks are pitched lower than the final release, as the final game's driver code rewritten to accommodate the Sega chant, which was useless by the way, which resulted in all samples being played at a higher pitch. Though curiously, the kick drum and its pitch mainly lowered in each track in the final game to compensate for the driver change. Additionally, the extra life theme seems to cause various minor issues with the sound driver for refrigerator finishes. This is what I'm talking about here. Let me play these samples. What we hear in the final. Prototype. Original sample. Almost the same if you think about it. Anything in the bot? Seriously. The track Sparkling Zone has a single note difference in the bass line. The final version simply reuses a section that's present earlier in the track, probably to further optimize the song. The original bass line notes still exist in the final game's credits manually, admittedly, because they forgot to change it because they're lazy. Although it was also played for a shorter amount of time in the final version. Slightly, the ending track is slightly slower than the final track, and the high-pitched sleep sync and lacks a decay goes unused in this build. The final zone track goes unused, the continuing screen goes unused, and the credits mainly has much of the instrumentation being either slightly different or missing. The drowning theme crashes the game as it uses invalid pointers, and the Chaos Emerald sound music just doesn't exist. Second sound ID does absolutely nothing. Alright, this game has numerous amounts of sound effects that go unused. Many unused sounds unique to this prototype, which will go on to be replaced by different sounds, and some of them even unused in the final. A1. Similar to the sound played when touching gold blocks in the special stage, replaced by the checkpoint sound in the final release. A8 is a noise sound effect that then decreases in pitch, replaced by the aforementioned gold block sound effect. This sound is used with the unused warping object. A longer, higher-pitched version of the rolling sound, replaced by the sound used for touching speed/reverse blocks in the special stage as A9. A duplicate of the Bandit destroying sound effect, which lacks noise PSG, programmable sound generation, replaced by the air bubble sound, but later used in Sonic CD, Sonic 3, and Knuckles Chaotix as AD. B0, a low-pitched siren sound, replaced by the buzzsaw sound effect. It loops indefinitely. B1, a faster, higher-pitched siren which sounds like it was taken straight out of Pac-Man, replaced by the sound effect used for Scrap Raid's electricity balls, which also loops indefinitely. B2 sounds like a buzzer of some sort, replaced by the drowning sound effect. From these two addresses, this exact same sound, albeit with a 1-byte difference, can be found in Michael Jackson's Moonwalker, starting at this address. So this is a leftover sound from Michael Jackson's Moonwalker. B3, a rough, low-pitched sound that quickly rises and falls in pitch. Replaced by the sound used by the falling fireballs in the Marble Zone boss fight. Can I be blue? It'd be mad funny. You know what? You've been so nice. Sure, just don't do what YouTube should remove AI slap does. Here. Thank you so much. BA resembles the sound used by the color changing bars in Casino Night Zone from Sonic 2. It may have been an early version of the sound used by the color changing blocks in the special stage, which ultimately ended up replacing the sound. BF. Two quick, harsh sounding noises that loop indefinitely, replaced by the continue sound effect. Yes, there's 2 tiers of mods. There's 2 tiers of mods, of course. What do you mean you didn't know? Let me just check. Yeah, so there's standard moderator that can review and remove chat messages and hide or put users in timeout, and managing, which can manage block boards and change chat modes in live. It also has the capabilities of this one. See? There's 2. C2. An alternate version of the Bandit destroying sound effect, one in which one of the sound channels being a bit harsher, replaced by the underwater timer ding sound effect. C3. A deeper version of the bomb explosion sound, which incidentally occupies the next sound slot, replaced by the sound effect used when entering a giant ring. C9, a harsh vibrating noise, replaced by the noise when touching end of stage point markers. CA, sounds like footsteps walking away. Could have possibly been used as an exit sound effect or something, and for something at some point, replaced by the special stage warp noise. You're gonna go to sleep now? Okay, see you, it's the Shuckle Master. Thank you for joining for so long. We almost finished the main page. D1. A louder version of the waterfall found in Green Hill Zone. This and the next one were completely deleted from the final game. From these addresses, the same sound can be found in Michael Jackson's Moonwalker, with no bite differences. D2. A strange rhythmic pounding sound. This and previous sound won't end when they're oh yeah, these 2 loop indefinitely, by the way. From these addresses, the same file can be seen and it has no differences. And it loops indefinitely. Bye, Ryu. Bye, Shuckies. Sleep well. Okay, so we finished the main page. Now we have all these pages and this one. Let's start with unused content. Oh wait, there's zone differences. Normally only 8 stages are playable without a level select. In order. Green Hill, Marble, both with 3 acts. Sparkling Act 1 and Starlight Act 1. I forgot to put the song back, sorry. By this point, level order was already changed, and level select did not reflect this until Revo 1. Gotta go? Okay, see you, Perfect Self 420. Final zone isn't available in the level select, and levels used are really names. Every zone contains many differences in loadouts themselves. Zone 1806, which is used in the movie for the ending, hasn't been implemented yet. Trying to access it by modifying current zones like act activates will lead to Zone Act 1 briefly appearing on screen, followed by getting soft locking because no level data exists for this level slot. However, the Act 4 stage is also functioning to varying degrees. Most other levels either contain nothing or an object layout for the first act of that stage. Notably, Green Hills Act 4 slot contains a complete, yet buggy, duplicate of Act 3. Getting playing was once considered for the ending cutscene before being moved into its own level slot. Alright, unused content in the prototype. Unused graphics. This thing. 3 copies of an 8x8 font in different colors. The palette used in this image is a mock-up. Dust, or puffs of smoke. These are also unused in the final game or noteworthy in this build for being loaded into VRAM or checkpoint graphics are seen. The Library Zone Water Splash, not used in this build as there is no water, we'll get to that, has simpler shading and seems to be intended to use Sonic's palette, unlike the final game which uses Lambert's Cyclone palette. If
It should be noted that these frames were reused in Sonic CD for some reason. Some sparkles, as well as some fireballs. Ballhog being completely differently programmed. Them being completely programmed, but completely different. And it walks from side to side and drops bombs down vertically. It seems to match a version seen in early pre-release footage, rather than a version seen in leaked digitizer artwork from the game's development. An explosion meant for the aforementioned Ballhog. They were also deleted in the Japanese version. You can't stop the rock. Oh yeah, we'll get to that. The Ballhog's ball is also programmed, meant to explode when it first hits the ground, unlike the final, which bounces for a bit. The spring included in the boss attachment's art file. The base of the spring was recycled for the Marvel Zone boss's fire disposer. Given that the boss attachments tend to follow the gimmicks of their zone, this is probably intended for Sparkling Zone. And there's also an unused 6th frame for animated UFOs in Marvel Zone. We'll get to that. A special stage. Given their incompleteness, unsurprisingly, the special stage has graphics for a few unused blocks. Only the graphics exist though, as there's no code for them anywhere. Another block whose intended use was probably the same, although no code for it appears. The graphic doesn't even load into special stage's VRAM. A skull, used unknown, though it probably had something to do with either losing, or death, or losing. What appears to be a magnet icon, unknown purpose, though suggested that it could be used for two possibilities. It could be an item to allow Sonic to pull any ring towards him whenever he nearly reaches them, or an object to either pull Sonic in or push him away. And the graphics for the blue Chaos Emerald, and only the blue Chaos Emerald, are present in the prototype. Despite being absent from the special stages proper, the presence of only the blue Chaos Emerald of all of the others may imply that the emeralds are all planned to be blue at this point in development, akin to how they are in the 8-bit versions. Gotta go, just to be safe. Okay, bye guys. Bye Pokey Clown. I'm glad you joined for this slog. I really am. Thank you. Unused objects. The list of objects by offset can be found in ROM. There are only 94 objects in this build, well below the final's 440. Objects 02 and 03, development tests. These objects date back to the game's earliest development stages. They both share the same frame mappings and tile ID base and have similar code. Object 2 uses frame 1 and 2 of the mappings data, making a 32 by 32 block that displays a set of tiles one after the other. Priority value of 3. Object 3 uses frame 3 of the mapping data, being a large 32 by 256 vertical rectangle built from 8 individual 32 by 32 blocks. It has a priority value of 5. Sorry, almost sneezed. Didn't want it to kill your ears. Both set their collision properties to 1 and set bit 3 of their render flags. Object 2 has a simple timer built in to alternate between 2 sprites every 16 frames. They also expect tile information from VRAM at 9000, which is the exact same location that the unused debug digits are loaded. We'll get to that. This is what it's supposed to look like, and this is object 2, this is object 3. They do not interact with the player object in any way and likely never serve a purpose in actual gameplay. These same objects can be seen in on-site Sega R&D footage uploaded to YouTube by Yuji Naka, dated all the way back in February 1990, a year before this prototype's build date. Object 3 also contains a secret. The column contains an additional block that cannot be seen as it is loaded off screen. The block is defined at 4 bytes long and can be loaded in game by shifting column down. So basically, this is one column too high. It's supposed to cover the entire screen, but it doesn't. Object 4, another development test. Similar to 3 but animated. It can be placed anywhere on the x-axis, but its y-axis is fixed. Oh yeah, these are completely fixed positions. You cannot edit them. Like Object 3, Object 4 also contains a hidden tile block that doesn't appear on screen. Object 5 and 6, debug numbers. Objects that make up each individual digit of the unused debug HUD. Both objects share the same mappings and nearly identical code. Object 5 is loaded into Object RAM and both debug set
up routines, while 6 is unused anywhere and seems to have been used for an even earlier implementation of the debug routines. It sets a screen position Y value of 160 pixels, unlike 5, which expects on-screen positions to be supplied when loaded. Object 5 sets the art to be at this address in VRAM, while 6 appears it expects them to appear at this address. Possibly a bug. Object 7 is unknown. It does nothing except increment the object routine counter before completely deleting itself. And when it moves, and incrementing the object routine counter just makes it go delete itself as well. So, unknown what this object would have been. Probably never had a purpose. Object 10, an animation player. An object that plays all Sonic's animations. The tiles point to Sonic's tiles as a result of the player sprite being jumbled up. Note that not all animations sprite properly, as the running animation is stuck to the walking animation due to determining Sonic's speed and rolling. Therefore, there are some controls. The D-pad moves a sprite and C increments the defined animation. In a Sonic 2 Make Arcade prototype simple table, this object is referred to as Play 02. While the object technically exists in the final game, all of his code was replaced with a simple return command. Basically, that means the entire code was deleted. Object 1B, an unknown platform object, and this is definitely one of the most mysterious objects thus far. An object that has collision seemingly based on its subtype argument. If no subtype is supplied, the object simply displays and performs no collision calculation. It appears to have been a child object for another, likely removed object, as it has an unused sprite and calls routines typically used for objects with multiple moving parts like the bridge and sweeping platforms. It doesn't fit any art, but appears to have used its own style set for its sprite graphics as it sets the mapping based on 0 and the palette flag to the dirt palette line. Whatever this is, was completely replaced in the final game. Object 1D and 2A, a green hillzone hidden button and door. A button disguises grass, and the door it would have opened respectively. If the door is placed in game, it does not display properly, as the graphics were seemingly offset from an earlier version of the tile set. However, by shading the sprite mapping base location backwards, they display as intended, using some unused tiles in the Green Hills tile set. For the button, if the mapping base is also shifted backwards on 9 tiles, it will display the grass that's used throughout the level. The grass fits perfectly with the switch, as it only activates at the top of the sprite as walkthrough. The door's code also includes a subtitle of acted as a sprite mask for where the door will retract it back into. This is what it looks like. That's interesting, yeah, kind of. The ball hog badnik is unused in this prototype. Moves around horizontally, yeah, it had a completely different version. The bomb is different. The jaws badnik, used in the final, but not in the prototype. In this build, it uses Sonic's palette line and can only switch to the left. Then not to the right, never to return. Its sprite is loaded in my zone, but allocated to the wrong VRAM address, so it doesn't look right. The Burrowbot, used in the final, but not in the prototype, it uses the second palette line instead of Sonic's. It's weird that these two were switched. It also does not start buried in the ground. Strangely, this bandit appearances in future games, unless some of its official artwork for this game appear to use a combination of both palettes. Yellow helmets and shoulders, but blue faces and torsos. I wish they used that button. Honestly, me too, but I think I know the reason why they didn't do that. The Green Hill Zone is technically the introductory zone of the game. Having a mechanic like this would be a bit much, I think. That's what I think anyways. I may be wrong, I probably am wrong. But I think having an introductory level that has you finding a switch is a bit too difficult for a first level. Which is probably why it was removed, or replaced. Maybe me though. The roller bandit can be accessed via debug mode for once. And Sparkling Zone. It also appears in the unused object layout for Sparkling Zone Act 1, which we will get into. It has different behavior. Uses the second battle line instead of Sonic's. Instead of making it centered by rolling on the screen, it stands stationary until the player approaches it, to which it then takes off. Doesn't have a curl when it gets close to the player. Is completely invulnerable. That's fun. Moves at a slower speed, and the rolling frames actually look correct since the Caterpillar Badnik wasn't even present in this prototype, so It actually appears correctly. It also uses, it uses the second palette. I already said that. Yeah, because they even replaced the second beta level. Second beta level? Okay. Object 4A, the special stage entry. This sub-object uses a special effect that was discarded from final version. 4B, the giant ring, does not take you to special stages. This object basically spawns object 4A. Yeah, it does not take you to special stages. Object 4F is a splash bandit. Scrapped, and, well, it works like this. This was meant to be an enemy in the game. Would have appeared in Scrap Brain Zone, as mentioned earlier. Object 5E, the Starlight Zone Seesaw. Only accessible through debug mode, though unlike the final version, this object is missing the spike ball that gives Sonic a boost to reach high places. Basically, it's the boss version of these. No, these seesaws. Unused object level layout. Located at this address is an unreferenced object position list that is presumably used for Sparkling Zone Act 1. Looking at in-game shows a number of differences, including crab meats near the entrance. Your enters just spawn on top of each other. To load, open the ROM, you'll then be able to see the changes. Interestingly, the object positions seem to match up with the early Sparkling Zone layout seen in the screenshots of the pre-WCS and WCS-like builds. Pretty early builds in the game. Unused level layout. The last level, 06, 0. And you can see there's a amount of chunks that don't fit any zone very well, nor does it align for any existing stage layout in this build. The game's soft loss on accessing it directly, but it can be restored by hacking the level layout. Interestingly, this map holds 128 chunks and appears to be on a normal level. Based on the overall structure, it seems this originally started as an early stage layout, probably dating back to the CES build. However, all level chunks besides 0 and 01, empty space and solid walls, appear to have been overwritten, evidenced by the remaining chunks progressing in the perfect sequential order going left to right. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 8, etc, 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 etc. Whether this was deliberate, i.e. converted the old layout to some kind of test map, or an anti-side effect of other data being written to the ROM is unknown. Unfortunately. But this is what the level layout would look like in the map. Even more unused level data. Between the level data of Marble Zone and Starlight Zone, there lies chunk data and other unused data for another level at 3D848. There's also some more unused level data you can seen after Clockwork Zone's level data at 570DC. Whether these are entire sets of level data versus partial bits is currently unknown. Unused palette. Located after Labyrinth Zone's palette is this unused 4-line palette. It seems to have been intended for the Green Hill Zone tile set as if it's extraordinary well. Only minor palette errors around rocks and such. The palette is nearly identical to the results screen of the Mega Play version of Sonic 1, which, coupled with this prototype's unused font, which bears similarities to the Mega Play font, seems to suggest that the leaderboard has been intended for the Genesis version. It's like a flash level. Fair enough. The palette also seems to have been made early on, as the cycling palette's first color is dark blue, which was changed to greyish blue after the WCES builds. This may also explain why the top of the mountains in the background are pink. This is what it was meant to look like. Unused code, again. More unused code. Alternate code from the invincibility stars, which is left over. Code calculates square root, which is also left over. But other unused code that's actually unique in this prototype. Code that doesn't seem to do anything at first, but counting out a particle that would respawn immediately after dying. This was likely removed as it doesn't quite work with being crushed or falling into pits. And there's also an oddity that makes the special stages gold orbs flash blue and yellow. Yeah. Unused debug codes. Oh yeah, this was insane. In the game's data, both relying on a set of dummy-down routines in the Sonic's object code to function correctly. These both use Object 5, by the way. Remember this object that was extremely early? Yeah, this is what it was used for. Yeah, so you know this is some very early leftovers. The first routine is located here, into these addresses. It spawns 4 individual objects, 4 object 5s, and reserved object ramps starting at this for each digit in each line. and sets them up with a list of screen positions, totaling 12 entries for 12 objects. The topmost line reports Sonic's current velocity, this one, and the bottom 2 lines report his X and Y positions respectively. The second routine comes right after the first. Hello, Forgotten Man. Right after the first one, at these addresses. It is set up like the first one, spawning 4 objects for each line starting in reserved object RAM. It proceeds to try and set up 13 lines. The last one only spawned 4 lines, spawning a total of 52 individual objects. That's a lot of objects. This overflows into dynamic object RAM that causes many object slots to immediately be partially overridden with bad data, causing visual issues and crashes. If it does load normally, this causes intense lag. And even if it does load normally and not cause lag, none of the routines to make this variant function are present, and the routine intended for the first variant is unfortunately incompatible. So even if this does work, even if it doesn't lag the game, none of these values actually do anything. Yay. H-blank interrupt tests. There exist 3 unused routines for testing water functionality. They are all extremely early and underdeveloped. The first routine is actually pointed to from the vector table. It sets up to color RAM DNA from RAM. So RAM is read access memory. Yeah. DMA is direct memory access, where the paddle buffer for fading is located. And it's streamed for 6 hours. Wow. Probably a reason why it was removed? Yeah. They made it more simple. It is incredibly hard to tell the difference immediately since all this does is override the main palette and CRF is static one, meaning that the palette cycling information is simply paused. Keeping control on the screen by holding up or down and the horizontal interrupts is all that is needed for this routine to work. This code actually handles the on-screen line and fires as always executes from the main level loop. The second routine comes directly after the first one ends. It's only set up very differently from the final game, as it swaps the VRAM name table address for the background with the position of the window plane name table. Art is usually loaded into VRAM at this location, meaning the background will change to garbage halfway up the screen. This routine used to have worked alongside some other drawing routines to draw a separate background layer. In the Tokyo Toy Show build. Oh, interesting. We'll get to that. Unused Live Scouter. In a set of functions used by the level initialization code, there's an unused function that appears to have set up an early live scanner on screen. It writes tile IDs to an area of VRAM that contains art for the shield and visibility graphics data. Normal. But what if colors swapped to the VDP window plane name table's location that is set up upon initialization? By clearing this area and setting the window plane size to an appropriate size, it will display a set of 16 by 16 blocks for each spare life the player has. It displays 4 at maximum with no representation for any lives acquired past that, and it shows nothing when 1 life remains. It may have been used with an earlier version of the life system that capped at 5 lives. However, this life scanner is extremely similar to one from the Genesis port of Ghouls and Ghosts, which Yuji Naka had previously worked on. Of course, this goes unused. And that's that for unused content. In general, unused content. Also, I missed a special stage here. Actually, we'll get to that later. Green Hill Zone. You can't stop the rock. Green Hill Zone, having been present since the very beginning, is the most polished zone in the entire prototype and the only one that ends on a block bar. Oh my gosh, look at this scroll bar. However, it's still a ways off from here from when it eventually shipped, and no small part, because it's teeming with giant boulders of destruction. They're in all 3 acts. In general, the background has a different shock order to the final, meaning the large waterfall appears earlier than it was in the final. You know what? I'm changing the title of the stream because this is taking way too long. There we
It's better now. All 3 acts has slightly less walkable ground present beyond the end of the level. The final game adds an extra chunk to the end of each act past where the camera walks. It's time to stop the rock. It's finally time to stop the rock. Palette. The sunflowers in this build have a magenta disc floor instead of a green one. This is what they used to look like. This is what they look like now. This color scheme still appears in the final game's ending, suggests it was altered from the GSG build. Jesus, I'm not full. As a consequence, the green neutrons are also instead magenta. Okay, yeah, I think the reason why this was changed is because, yeah, the neutrons were meant to be green, but they didn't do that, so, oops. I'll say they could have used these colors, but whatever. Yeah, due to the flowers and neutrons sharing the same power line. The magenta neutrons also have a teal colored crest in this build. Final game uses the crest color to a light brown. Which, yeah, this was changed as well. Objects. This build contains the infamous rolling boulder seen in various previous sources. The listing for this still remains in the final game, but attempting to place it, Object 19, does nothing due to the boulder's code being completely deleted. Or the boulder sprite is used for the mobile hammer ball in the final game. The boulder is quite buggy. It has a strange habit of pushing Sonic through the ground and for some reason defies gravity if the player stands on it. Both of these could explain its removal. The boss is missing some polish. Eggman doesn't laugh when lowering the wrecking ball or when the player gets hit. The 2 lights at the base of the wrecking ball don't flicker yet, instead only displaying the spray with the red light on. The game doesn't award 1,000 points upon defeating Eggman. The boss music does not stop. In other words, the regular level music never returns. When Eggman is defeated after the explosion effects finish, Eggman immediately begins flying up into the heights until he moves off screen. In the final game, a small additional motion is added where his ship sinks and rises. Eggman alternates between his regular expression and his taking damage expression when he flies off, continuing the animation he performed when his ship was exploding. Final game is split between his cartoonish sweat drops as he flees. Yeah, they probably gonna get it to work. Yeah, probably. The prototype is also missing the small touch of Eggman's ship exhaust flaring up and briefly creating a small, slightly larger flame as he starts flying off. Backgrounds. The background of Green Hill Zone had 3 unique layouts in the prototype, unlike the final layout in the game, which uses only 1 layout. And that's actually something interesting. Technically, every single act can use a different background. No, every single act of every single zone can use a different background if they wanted to. It is compatible for doing so, but this was never used. So this is Act 1, Act 2, and Act 3. Background layouts. They were all different. And the final game's background appears to be based on the prototype Act 3's background. Apparently. Act 1. Okay, so now we actually get into the level layouts. This is one of my favorite things to check on. So some things have changed. Okay, first of all, ignore that the flowers look like that. That's because the editor is not working correctly. Also ignore that, ignore that. There are a few changes. Don't mention them, sorry. A single moto bug is close to the beginning of the stage, meaning the player can potentially die before they even started moving. Not a good idea. The invincibility monitor in the tree after the bridge is not present in this build. It is possible to duplicate the boulder objects without debug mode. It is likely that the boulder is intended to despawn a specific distance away from a spawn point, which may be intentional to jumping action. The boulder can be duplicated by riding it, as the boulder code does not perform collision detection checks when the Sonic is standing on it. Possibly the reason why it was removed. Sorry, not the case to save space or something, because I heard. Then did some optimization for. Oh yeah, maybe. Maybe you're right. Maybe they did remove that for optimization performances. Yeah, you're right. Pass the ramp and immediately taking it back to the area before the ramp. Another boulder will immediately spawn. The spawn tree near the bridge didn't have a spring on the top yet. Such the rings at the top also didn't exist. The buzz bar before the first bridge was slightly more to the left. The design of these chunks were changed
to emphasize the impression that the foreground cliff is jutting out, and thus looks a bit better. The line of 3 rings above the first purple rock in the axe became a line of 2 and was moved further down, making them easier to collect. The second purple rock in the axe and its rings moved up, farther away from the rock. The nearby Motobug object found, and the final is present in the same location, still spawning instantly. There are spikes on the wall just below the spring. These were removed. I mean, there's nothing really back there at all. The spikes here were moved slightly closer to the spring, seemingly just for aesthetic reasons. The Motobug on this hill is removed. This area underneath the spike wall had a spring surrounded with 2 spikes on each side. The final build removes the extra spike and leaves only 1 spike on each side, probably to make it easier. A line of 3 rings were also added above this spring. This rock was moved slightly to the left. Previously, Sonic could still land to the right of the rock despite what looked like a lack of space, but it forced Sonic into the teetering position at all times due to how thin it was. Interesting. The one-up monitor was replaced with an invincibility monitor, and the Motobug was moved to the left to the right. The positions of the rings and spikes before this area and the first area were slightly tweaked. Shifted slightly to the right, and the centering of the rings over the spikes was fixed. So it was just moving stuff around right before release because they were finicky. Lol. Fair enough. They also wanted the game to make the game a bit easier. The invincibility monitor above the loop was changed to a shield. Moving platforms up to the right in this area originally moved in sync, finally moving in opposite directions to each other. A checkpoint was placed in between the 2 S-tunnels, replacing this very large cluster of rings. The platforms on the hill above the 2 S-tunnels are missing in the prototype. The invincibility monitor here was removed and a line of rings were added, to the left of where it used to be. The nearby flower is also shortened in the final game, and shading on said hill also doesn't go as far up. A platform and bus bomber were added at the end of the higher S-tunnel. Cluster of rings and the bus bomber moved up slightly, and the slot placement of the rings on the left side was cleaned up. This area under the waterfall had some rings taken away. A bus bomber and neutron was removed from this area. Until 5 neutrons scattered through the area right before the end of the level, which were all removed from the final game. This moving platform was moved further away from the edge of the cliff, so the players don't accidentally end up clipping into the cliff and riding the platform. The bus bombers were removed right before the goal. The very last ring in the line leading up to the goalpost was also removed, and ring placement was adjusted very slightly. And that's Act 1. Act 2. One of the rocks near the start was removed, this one, and the yellow spring was placed on the top of the other rock, and the rings were also moved up to accommodate for that. The one-up monitor hidden behind the species monitor was replaced with a shield. Prototype is an extra row of rings. The ring placement in the spike platforming section used to be quite different. Groups of 3 and 4 rings over the platforms were changed to the uniform lines of 2 rings over the spike pits. The Motobug and crab meat in this crowded area were replaced by a single neutron. Another neutron was also added down into the right of this area right before the bridge. This area both referred a spring and a slightly obscure checkered ball to push you back towards the spikes was made a lot less mean. With both of these traps were removed. A single ring was also removed. This one. The extra ring monitor right before the goal was removed. And then we finally get to Act 3. The shield monitor was replaced with an invincibility monitor. The rock was replaced with a yellow spring and moved to the edge. And the buzz bomber was removed. The checkered boulder was removed and the missing spike was added. The crumbling platform was also added to the ledge above. Though if I remember, they didn't actually update the level chunk to accommodate for that, which is silly, but you know. 2 additional crumbling platforms were added, and the ring monitor was changed to a shield monitor. The yellow spring below is placed slightly more to the right in the prototype, probably to make it easier to get up there before the ledges were added. Instead, 3 spikes were removed, and the green neutrons added to the wall to the right. To the left of this area, instead of 5 rings were removed. The speed shoes monitor, a ring monitor right before the bridge. Now to the left of this area, and the buzz bomber were all removed. Rings were added to the red spring trap. The spikes here move slightly to the left to be more flush with the wall. Right past the section above a red spring trap was also added. Platforms were added to this bridge. They had to bridge over to the permanent ledge a bit further down. The aforementioned permanent ledge had a shield, and that area had a shield monitor removed. Thank goodness they fixed the one spike. A ring was added to the very top of this loop to fix the gap. The shield monitor was removed from the top of a rock, and the rock on the platform was shifted slightly to the right. Also, this shield monitor on the tree over here was also not in the prototype, so technically they moved this to the left. 3 rings in total were removed from this line of rings. This shield monitor was swapped out with an invincibility monitor. This rock and swinging platform was replaced with a single yellow spring. The swinging platform is intentionally deadly. It tends to crush shock against the walls / floors on the right side of the cast as the platform collides with them. Oh, that's why they changed it. With that swing platform gone, a vertically moving platform was added to help you get to higher ground. This crumbling ledge was shortened so it isn't so close up to the moving platform. The wall to the left isn't quite solid near the top of the prototypes. This led Sign to jump into the wall and then was standing on top of the breakable tunnel walls below. The final game fixes the silver side by replacing the chunk 14 with an almost identical copy, chunk 2C, that fixes the collision problem for this exact chunk. This bus bomber was moved higher up. The yellow spring in the line of rings to collect from it was added to this tree. And that's all the changes. Act 4 is a carbon copy of Act 3. Dying sends you to Act 3, bringing the capsule sends you to Act 1 Marble Zone, and you start at these coordinates, which are placeholders. Unused and changed chunks. There are many unused chunks for Green Hill in this prototype. Unlike the final game's total 0. Chunk 2A is notable for using border tiles reminiscent of those seen in the 8-bit versions. These tiles still exist in the final game where they're likewise unused. 28, 29, 2A, 2C, 2E, 2F, 30, 39, 38, and 3B. While unused in this prototype, Chunk 3A appears to be an earlier version of what will become Chunk 02. After flipping Chunk 2 horizontally and removing its 3 palm trees, the 2 line perfect. Shadows and all. In the final game, none of the unused chunk designs remain. Chunks 28, 29, 2A, 2E, 2F are used for the ending sequence chunks instead. Chunk 2C ends up becoming an almost identical duplicate of Chunk 14 that will use some different collision. Single time in Act 2 to fix a small collision bug. Lastly, Chunks 30, 39, 3A, and 3B were replaced with the final game with background chunks. The prototype will originally use slots 40 to 43 for those background chunks. And finally those slots are empty. Change chunks. Shadows were added to the ledges to give them more depth. The square-shaped indent was replaced with a ledge shadow. Yeah, so many changes. One of the tiles used in this background chunk was changed, revealing a cave. They literally changed one tile. The design of Chunk 43 in the prototype is found in slot 3B, however the design of the trees in the background chunk also underwent some changes. Chunk 3B in the prototype is an unused chunk, mentioned above. And we're done with just Green Hill. Lava Zone. Thankfully there's no water here. Less complete than the previous 3 zones. This wasn't updated, whatever. Lacking lots of things and not even normally playable. But if the game's skipping straight from Sparkling Act 1 to Starlight Act 1. You can barely see the cave that was added. Yeah. And this was zoomed in, by the way. As a result, Lava Zone can only be played via the level select. The palette. Close to complete. The prototype's palette uses a more saturated green for the vines, softer shading for the pink crystals, and reserves colors for background brick wall tiles for some underwater chunks. See below. It also lacks palette for enemies, the water, and conveyor belts. This build contains unused palette cycling code and data for Lava Zone. The palette cycling code has been dummied out and does not normally run due to an RTS instruction placed right before return to subroutine. No, return from subroutine, sorry. This pallet cycle can be seen in action by opening the ROM and changing the RTS to a no operation. The palette cycle uses the same light blue colors that the final game uses for waterfalls, but modifies Pilot Line 3 in the final game. The waterfall uses Pilot Line 2. Yeah, modifies Pilot Line 3. In the final, it modifies Pilot Line 2. In this build, this means that the palette cycle affects the blue decorative crystals as well as the background. Pretty weird indeed. If the palette cycle code is modified to use Pilot Line 2 instead, it still won't look right, as it will override the black codes used for foreground tiles. This palette cycle code may be designed for a different iteration of the Lamberson palette that does not match either the prototype or the final version. Shown below in the middle is a slightly modified version of the prototype, demonstrating what the palette cycle may look like if the code is slightly modified and water tiles are edited in Showcase. The palette cycle. An add quick instruction causes one of the cycle's colors to be offset was commented out, and the offset to the palette when the Lamberson palette was modified to place the cycle in the same spot it was in the final game's palette. The water appears to flow in the opposite direction, as well as appears to flow slower. So this is unedited. This is edited. It flows in the opposite direction. This is in the final. The background was completely different. Is in use at this point. Strangely changes Y position of each act. Act 2 has no background at all. Backgrounds seem to have been designed with vertical looping in mind, which may be why it was overhauled. All three acts lack water and objects, including signposts. This makes them impossible to complete. Even exploration is difficult without debug mode. Rings, if placed via debug mode, use an empty palette line in the palette that makes them appear entirely black. The debug list also contains a monitor and a crab, commonly seen in unfinished stages. This is because some of the stages was imported by hand and some were managed with... Oh, that's interesting. This is because some of the stage was imported by hand in a similar manner to Lava Reef Zone in the Sonic 3 prototype. That's interesting. The water is going upwards. Yep. All thanks to this being on the recycling in the wrong direction. This is a common thing I see for Sonic prototypes, is that if we're using water currents or oil currents, every single time they get the direction wrong at first and then they fix it. It's funny to me. The same thing happens in Sonic 2. Due to there being no objects, water current tunnels are non-functional. In fact, the code wasn't even edited. Crystals use a different solid design. Interestingly, the 8-bit version uses these 7 larger crystals. Conveyor belts don't exist in this version of the art isn't even present yet. Flowing water streams art is also nowhere to be seen, meaning that the slopes and walls that feature this art in the final game are barren and dry in the prototype. Brick wall tiles, which aren't seen in the final, but do show up in the 8-bit version's background, cover certain areas of the stage. In the final game, certain areas mostly feature water bubbles, and some would even require logging through the use of a button, which suggests they were originally air pockets before the bubble mechanic was introduced. As proof of this theory, water must have been laid in the checklist, yeah. As proof of this theory, the underwater palette in the final game using the prototype did not update the colors intended for these tiles, which still appear with their dry colors when restored to the final game. Though this does not last long, as those palettes are immediately replaced by color cycling for the conveyor belt chain system. Pillar decorations are absent in this build too. The level layouts, oh boy. It seems to end early in the prototype, with the camera scroll stopping at this coordinate, with the file stopping at this X coordinate, 2 chunks later. Since the lack of a signpost makes the act impossible to complete. When the stage is first loaded, the graphical error can be seen when walking down the initial path. This was fixed. As seen in the better video, the very start of the level contains a weird vertical zipping bug that allows Sonic to stand in thin air and even outrun the camera for a few moments. This was fixed in later versions by adding a block object on the top of the platform, disabling vertical looping for this act. In the prototype, in the area where the lower and secret paths split, an odd slanted chunk of ground exists where the final game has a flat field of spikes. It also doesn't fit well with the level layout. I don't know why this was a thing. Maybe this was an old remnant? I'm not sure. The secret upper route is rather barren and underdeveloped in the prototype, meaning a largely flat area lacking ceiling blocks and decorations. As mentioned earlier, no conveyor belts are to be seen anywhere in the prototype of Labyrinth. The second conveyor belt section has a flat floor in the prototype, but it has an incline at final game. In fact, the chunk assigned to the very bottom of the section in the prototype, chunk 1C, hints that the incline floor was indeed planned, it's just they didn't draw it yet. Act 2 also ends early. For some strange reason, the left side of this underwater tunnel lacks a wall, letting Sonic walk right up to the left edge of the level if he so wishes. The ceiling was also changed. The arc's a bit higher up in the final game. In the open vertical area where a switch needs to be pressed to open a door, the exit is a bit higher up. The ceiling in the prototype doesn't seem to be low enough at any point to fit the door used in the final game. The ground right before the final stretch of the goalpost was elevated. The top left of this area out of view. The left wall is made a bit taller. This wall right here was made one chunk taller, even though there's nothing up there. Perhaps with the increased height, the player was able to see where the wall ended if the height wasn't raised. Act 3. Originally, the bottom ramp through the level ended with a level ramp to another slide that led to the court rising room before you walk up to the boss. And finally, you just come up to the room directly from the bottom instead. Additionally, the climb up to the boss isn't quite functional. Two places where the level is supposed to wrap aren't aligned correctly, so they're instead just dead ends. A few more solid walls are placed around the edges of the climb to the boss, but it doesn't affect the gameplay at all. As with Act 1 and 2, Act 3 also ends earlier in the prototype than it does in the final. Hacking in signposts will take you to Marble Zone Act 1. The endless sliding section was made a lot steeper leading up to the ledge with the switch on it, which the increased incline makes sense to raise the ceiling height as well. One of the chunks used in Act 3, chunk 16, will change dramatically in shape. This chunk shows up twice. One of these occurrences pictured is close to the start of the upper path, and the other appears in the upper path section before it's up to the boss room. Interestingly, Sonic doesn't appear to have enough jump height to be able to climb further up from the prototype chunk designed to continue through the level. The other time chunk appears in the stack is also very poorly placed as it blocks the climb upwards of a dead end. The final design for this chunk makes a lot more sense in the level layout. It literally blocks this path. Some platforms are added to the section of the upper path. There's a randomly empty gap in the prototype level of Act 3. Do you mean this? Is that what you mean? Yeah, these were added. This was added for no reason. I don't know why. There's also this gap for whatever reason. Some platforms are added, reflecting the changes made to the level layout where the lower path connects to the up. Some platforms were added to flush the area out, and the wall is now climbable. Act 4 is just an empty void with a black background and nothing in it. The final game, this act is reserved for Scrap Brain Act 3, and the actual Scrap Brain Act 3 is reserved for Final Zone. Unused level chunks. Chunk 42 is an unused, rather interesting chunk. This is what it looks like. This yellow, yes, that gap, okay. This yellow tile is not meant to be shown. This is an invalid tile. And this is a background tile. It's pretty weird. This chunk is used for one of the conveyor belts in the final game. Chunks 34 through 41 and 42 through 52 are all empty. These chunks are all used in the final except for chunk 4E, which is still used by the loader being empty. Any of the exceptions to chunk 4F to 52 since those remain empty. Chunk 1C is also empty but is actually used in the prototype layout. 34 to 39 are used for the new Labyrinth Zone backgrounds. 38 to 47 are used for conveyor belt sections. 48 and 48 through 4D are used as slopes and walls of flowing water stream art. These replace existing chunks without flowing water art in the zone layouts. The chunks that were replaced in the Labyrinth Zone layouts were instead used in Scrap Brain Zone 3's layout, as that act doesn't feature any flowing water streams. Finally, chunk 49 is used exclusively to start Scrap Brain Zone Act 3 in the final game. I'm pretty sure those parts of the level are invisible by the camera. Yeah, they are. Change chunks. Oh my goodness, there's so many change chunks.
significantly changed. Yeah, due to the significant changes in some of the art and tiles, there are many differences between the prototype chunks and the final chunks. Chunk 1. The clunky full block gaps in the floor were changed to be much more navigable half block gaps. Unfortunately, this meant the crystals had to be evicted. Chunk 0D. The small crystal was removed and the cargo head was moved upwards to fill the space where the crystal once was. And it also spews water. 16 completely changed, as seen here. 1C is empty. 2D removed the crystal and the platforms were in slightly different positions. It's a set of blocks. I'm rapid firing through these at this point. Chunk 30 was less developed. Chunks of small crystals removed. Yeah, there's so many changes, it's insane. Those tiles look like they're from that Microsoft matching game. Guess from the game. Don't even know. Marble Zone. The truth really was out there. My voice is dying. Do you want me to change the... Oh wait, you... Yeah, hold on. I know what to change. I know exactly what to put. Gems from the game. Oh, okay. As the only other zone in this prototype, on Green Hill to complete a hack, Marble Zone is in a mostly functional state. Keyword mostly, as this version of Marble Zone is considerably more difficult than what it ended up becoming. The bug in the final game of Sonic past through obstacles by crouching when riding blocks over the lava doesn't work in the prototype. Sonic collides with the obstacle and gets pushed off the blocks as expected. It's interesting. The prototype uses a different use of pink. Yep, green rim. Going into object placement mode or dying will display graphics from the normally invisible lava objects that deal damage to Sonic. This code was removed. The graphics are used for the from the unused robotic monitor, something how the invisible collision objects are in the final game when entering object placement mode. Sonic collision objects to kill Sonic. Collision objects to kill Sonic have not yet been implemented. However, there's a glass column obstacle that will crush against the ceiling. This means standing on these columns as they move towards the ceiling will push Sonic into it. You gotta be careful, you're gonna make me faint to sleep because of brain room. In Act 1, the glass column can actually kill Sonic if he's standing on the left side of the column, as he will collide with the retracting spikes. If he is standing on the right side, he will go into the ceiling unscathed. My first is dead. Oh gosh, I've been talking for so long. How long have I been streaming? 6 hours. The section with blocks falling into the lava seems to lack the controls. Jumping doesn't always work while the block is in midair. This is another act mobile when it goes slightly left and past the camera goes with possible information being running off screen. Hovering in the sky during all 3 acts are gyrating UFOs. As seen, a great deal of Marble Zone's pre-release screenshots and the movie Wayne's World. If you did see that movie, there is actually some Sonic gameplay, though it only appears for like 10 seconds. I've never seen that movie. They can be placed in debug mode in 2013 remake and incorporate their original behavior. Flatmania, similar graphics were used with lampposts and studio outposts. 3 rings at the beginning of the act are absent, with a Buzz Bomber and Yadrin, not Yadorin, what do you mean, appearing. Like the mobile place of Star Green Hill, the Buzz Bomber will kill you if you don't move away in time. And if not the Buzz Bomber, the Yadrin will. Throughout Marble Zone, the Yadrins tend to be placed around where caterpillars are. They seem to spawn very frequently, meaning that no equipment using these Yadrins may not be seen. Going directly to their location of debug mode is a reliable way to see them in action. Several sets of rings above the platforms on the side were adjusted to be less high in the air, making it easier for science to collect them. The platform picture took on a different shape, exposing some lava. Blast pressure columns are glitchy. Sonic can be killed by entering one too quickly while it's moving up. I haven't seen. The rings are also missing from this section.
There's only one bad brain. You have to first push the block onto the switch part. And the block itself is placed much further left. A minor detail, but interesting, the block onto the spike crusher sticks to the crusher while it falls. But in the final version, this block drifts above but follows this falling spike crusher. Because checkpoints are missing from this build, all you get here is a set of spikes. Lovely. Unique horizontal spike crusher that we've seen after the falling block section was replaced by a regular vertical block. Horizontal remains normal. The ring placement was changed. By the way, there's a ring inside the wall here that's not mentioned, meaning that this wall was actually one block, was actually only up till this point in width. Only extends to this point. Another person, they serve 2 rings on the higher, oddly placed. One of the rings being completely embedded into the wall and obtainable foundation. Swimming web flow from a previous layout. One of the spike crushers was replaced with a small crusher hanging from a protruding block. That rings were added above the small crusher. The ring placement here is made a bit more unique and buzz bumper was removed. Whoever wrote the wiki is such a mood. Look at it. Rings were added to this section and the gathering rings were removed. These lines of rings floating far from the ground were removed. To the right of this area, rings were added to the right before the goalposts on top of the platform that seems to involve the characters on fire. Act 2. You aren't awarded points for breaking blocks yet. In the prototype, there was a different ending section of the level that was completely removed. Falls immediately after the finals ending section, and even includes a secret route by running on top of a spike crusher and bouncing on top of a 10 ring blocks. There is a very minor bug in the prototype area where you ride the block across the lava and get launched outwards by the lava spout. The side stays on the initial block that motions to the lava and never drops off of it. And we stop the block up and return to the start. The initial block stops in its tracks and does not continue moving left, nor does it start sinking. In the final game, this block's motion isn't interrupted and will behave correctly. Interesting. First 2 rings in Yag were moved up. 2 Yag rings were replaced by 1 Caterpillar. 10 ring monitors were moved. Top and back ring. 2 rings, 11 rings were also removed. Instead of hitting a switch, the player must repeatedly jump on the blast crusher in order to force it downwards. Block placement in this area is different. A new platform was added to the block hanging from the ceiling. This figure of speech in which you can relate to the move, and so you may say that they are removed. I don't get it. I'm sorry. This hidden room now houses 1 character rather than 2 gatherings, and the tank room are removed. These guys tend to despawn every time the room is entered. The rest of the room is also made a little larger. Oh yeah, I didn't see that. The bottomless fireball launcher in the section was removed. Basically, their actions make their feelings clear and relatable to you. Okay. Another one in its position shifted. This changes the level layout of the fireball launcher obstacles is also done in a couple of other areas in Act 3. Below this area, right before the lava chase section, a 10 ring monitor was removed. The lava chase section features falling blocks, which were replaced with half blocks embedded into the floor. Because the falling blocks line is full blocks, section is slightly more awkward since the gaps in the tunnel end up being tighter. The block placement is also slightly different. The moving wall of lava behaves slightly different. It moves slower, doesn't properly act as a saw launcher, allowing stocks to very easily clip into the lava. Fogging the wall of lava stops moving forward for a brief moment if your stock takes damage from it. This behavior is not present in the prototype. 4 bat brains were added to this area. The shield monitor was removed. Our attack spikes will extend a bit further in the prototype. This tunnel, which ends in the spring trap, contains 3 Yatterans in the prototype and 2 Caterpillars in the final game. The crumbling platforms that Sonic has to land on after being launched by the lava spout were replaced with a much more reassuring solid block. The bat brains here were swapped out for some rings. Right after this room, 2 Yatterans were swapped out for 1 Caterpillar. 2 Yatterans here were swapped out for no Caterpillar. Have a checkpoint instead. and the wild monitors are replaced. Yeah, if the enemies somehow despawn when you reach this area, they will walk down the hill and get stuck. Because the hill incline is too steep for them to climb back up. 2 of the ring monitors and 2 of the ring platforms and 2 rings were removed. This area is way too generous. One off was replaced with invisibility, rings were removed. This section as a whole is devoid of enemies. Aside from bad rings as a major start. Act 3. Jeez, it's 1 AM in my place. The second half of the level got a near complete makeover. Originally, there were 2 paths. The rightmost path was either described or consolidated into one of the paths. The leftmost path bears the most resemblance to the final's big underground route. So there's a small section completely removed on the final. Because of the rightmost path's proximity to the signpost, it isn't possible to link to a normal play due to the camera locking in place. The level layout continues on past the signpost and camera lock, which can't normally be seen. There are 3 lava pits present in the area. Rightmost lava pit was removed. Starting Act 3 considers removing rings, blah blah blah. The other ring is also removed. Secret removement means finding an issue getting 3 10-ring monitors. Apparently the member thought that was too generous, so the caterpillars placed it here instead. The prototype features 2 extra blocks to the left of this room, with one of them falling into the floor as the player enters from the right. Also, nice Sonic is in the lava and there's no problems. The lava object is mistakenly missing from this pit in the prototype line, so it falls straight through the right into a different part of the level. This was fixed. Just like in Act 2, 1 fireball launcher was removed. 1 monitor was replaced with a shield. Grappling was removed. Caterpillar was added. Yeah. Another hole in the brick background can be seen in this area when the player is jumping. Also fixed. Caterpillar infestation continues. 2 of the enemies were removed from the secret room. Because of other occurrences of these enemies, at least one of the enemies tends to despawn by the time you reach this room in regular play. Right facing red spring in the strap was removed. 2 of the enemies were swapped out with one Caterpillar. The fireball launcher section right before this area was tweaked. Protective spikes were added. And a nice warm relaxing bath. Absolutely. My voice is almost dead. I'm going to try to continue a bit though, but I'm not sure if I'm going to finish the entirety of this. This is way too long. This area was made more exciting. Checkpoint was added. Last pair was placed to the right. Layout of this area is quite different. Extra moving block. Also more solid blocks were added. The shield runner zone was also opened up. At least some of the back ranks for the prototype exclusive path were rehomed here. Path below had some rings added. Inside this room, the prototype was up to prototype exclusive path. The crumbling blocks on the floor opened up to the lava pit, serving as a dangerous and need to be transferred yet wary. The prototype down and to the right is a ring to and deeply embedded to the wall. Oh really? I didn't know that. This may be an indicator of an even older Act 3 level layout. The monitor does not exist in the final game. Someone definitely got mad in playtesting because of the double red springs getting bounced back and forth, probably. Maybe. The prototype's path entrance to the right is sealed up completely. And this area now opens up to the final. As likely consequence, the red tank ring motor was also removed. As likely put it right in the middle of the final path. 2 path brains were added. This area was changed dramatically aside from reflecting the existing level layout changes to have the level itself more than 9. There are quite a bit less rings in this section. Floating block of lava stayed in place. I'll check way before the boss was added. Sorry, it's a yellow. And Act 3 doesn't have no boss yet. Unused change chunks. The unused chunks are still the same. Change chunks, this changed, and the backgrounds, as well as this one. The boss arena. The prototype is another level pit. Either the boss arena has a slightly different layout or position, or South Pierce is the one final obstacle. In the game and final, this pit was removed. Oh my gosh. Starlight Zone is so big. Sparkling Zone. Okay. I made it through half of the sub pages? Yeah, I made it through half. Okay. This special stage is short. I'm gonna do that and then we're probably gonna end the stream. There's only one special stage in this build with a very simple and unexciting layout, implying that it was only a temporary design. Only C can be used to jump. A and B respectively speed up / slow down the stage's rotation counterclockwise and clockwise. The pause in the game will reset the rotation speed. There's no upper cap on the rotation speed, meaning it's possible to hold A and B long enough to overflow it and have the stage start rotating in the other direction. It's stored as 2 bytes. Only 2 bumpers are in the entire stage. A few clusters of rings are present near the start point, but that's all until the player gets to the emerald. Okay, sure, thank you. Instead of the Chaos Emerald to collect, an ordinary green block is used as a placeholder, which does nothing when touched. Gold tiles are split in 2. The blue one to go on the animate or function, but the second frame rate tiles will spin the stage around rapidly, make no move before pausing the movement and resetting the stage. The player cannot enter object placement mode, despite debug mode being enabled by default in this build, and thus cannot move freely around or place objects of any kind. The code wasn't added yet. The up and down tiles, just one of each present in the whole stage, don't animate and seem to function like reverse blocks instead of adjusting the rotation speed. Collision detection seems to be less refined, and Sonic being able to stick to tiles much easier. No score summary is displayed upon the examination stage, and the screen fades to black instead of white. Alright, next time we're doing Starlight Zone, Sparkling Zone, Clockwork Zone, and then we'll do the entirety of pre-release info, maybe. Let me just give you a look at how big the pre-release info is for this game. Look at this scroll bar. We also have this page, 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 and this page to deal with. And that's all this is only for Sonic 1, which is absolutely nothing compared to everything that's been documented in Sonic 2. It's honestly insane. Anyways, I'm going to return. Welcome back to IH Spamton. I'm going to end the stream because I am tired. Will your voice be okay tomorrow? Yeah, don't worry. I'll be fine. Even if it's bad, even if it's dead or whatever, I will be alive, trust. Okay, so I've been streaming for almost 7 hours. My goodness. I'm sorry, yeah, you spammed him to end the stream, but let's go. What does that mean? I'm tired of reading, and my voice is dead. I need to take a break. I'll see you next time, okay? 7 p.m. CET today. Because right now it's 1 a.m. for me. Plus I kind of need sleep. Thanks for the wonderful stream today. I'm just glad I was able to stick around.